morning for me, so I'm being a little quiet because I don't want to anger my neighbors because I actually like my neighbors. But I hope all y'all are doing well. So, I started HustleCat already just to get through the beginning because we only got a 2 hour time slot for this stream, and depending on how chat goes when we're rated in a half hour, I just want to make sure that, I have some juicier content and I'm not bored because, like, this is the third time I'm going through the interview to work at this cat cafe. But today we are romancing Reese. He is the short, sarcastic, sometimes annoying king. So we're going for him this time. And that's just because I'm going in order of the trailer, the game trailer. Like the order they introduce the characters. I tried doing this fast forward button, but it only works like half the time, so I guess it only allows you to do it some of the time, or my game's just like broken. But we're just gonna fast through this. Okay, so I can't wait to romance Graves. That's why we're doing this. That's why we're still playing this game. Well, that's not only why. I actually really like all the characters, honestly. It's just such a fun game. It's a bit sad that the creators don't really produce anything else. Like, their Twitter is silent. They haven't posted anything in forever. Doesn't he have a stumpy yellow tail? I forget what Reese's cat looks like. We'll go with that. Okay, I think butterfly the first time, then dolphin. We're gonna go with penguin. But, let's see. And I haven't been using a guide so far, so the fact that I've been getting who I've been wanting to get is pretty good. Because I feel like a lot of the choices could go either way. I mean, there's some that are obviously for certain characters, but, like, some is just not too sure about. I've also been paying, oh my god. See, I'm tired, guys. I don't even have coffee or anything, or any caffeine. I thought about going to Dunkin', but I was like, you know what? Let me treat myself after stream. I'll go after. And here's the trailer. I like watching the trailer. I don't know if you could skip it, probably, but I think the trailer's just so cute. But how many times have we watched this trailer, though? But yeah, there's the cast. There's Reese. I pointed at my screen with my actual finger. That's not how that works, right? But oh my god, cute. Finley, our girl. I love her so much. Landry was a good romance too. I liked him. I'm very curious to see how Reese will go romantic, because I don't dislike him as a character, just like, though I don't see how it would work. Very curious. So again, I also wish I knew everyone's ages, because what are the age gaps here? But I guess we'll find out. I guess it's just left up the interpretation. Ooh, this reminds me, I brought some chocolate and strawberries yesterday. I made some chocolate covered strawberries one night. Maybe for Tuesday. I also have a bottle of Moscato that happening yesterday, but I kind of bought it to go with the strawberries. So, but such a dramatic end to an awesome trailer. But so yeah, it's just fun. I'm also playing on the side Love and Deep Space for the first time. Like, I downloaded it due to like Silas, because of course, why not? When I already like another white-haired, red-eyed, not red-haired. Hi, sir. This is Kai. For those who don't know, good morning, sir. He's like, you're streaming? Must get to your computer tower in the most dramatic way possible. He just loves attention. But I've been playing Love and Deep Space. I'm liking it. I know it's like a gotcha, if I'm pronouncing that right, type of game, but I really wish it kind of wasn't, just because like getting the memories out of order makes it so confusing, especially like because I was trying to wait to get Silas, because there's an event with his memories. I'm like, I won't get his affection level up if I get all these memories of his without having him as a character. So it's just like, well, I'm just gonna go out of order and hope for the best. I mean, I do like the scenes though. If I look at the scenes individually instead of part of a story, it works. But and for those who are entering in, I'm just skipping through kind of like the prologue a bit. I'll start going over the story once we're into it, because this is my third playthrough of this game. My first playthrough, we romanced Finley, and then my second, we romanced Landry, and now we're going for Reese. And then this is, we're working at a cat cafe that is cursed. But it'll be fun. Oh, look at them, they're all so cute. So yeah, Finley, my girl, I love her so much. Landry, he's also great. So now we're going for Reese, who's a petty, sarcastic, interesting dude. And then I believe after, because I'm going in the order of the cinematic trailer, we got Mason, Hayes, I'm so excited, romance Hayes, and then Graves. Graves can only be romance when you play everyone else, when you've played all the rounds. Hello, Reese. I just like that they all have very distinct personalities. I find that sometimes that's lost in dating sims. Like, some can like blend together, or they're just not memorable. So I really like Hustle Cat. But oh my god, cuties. Skate through introduction. But anyway, Love and Deep Space. Yeah, I'm liking it. I spent some money on the game already, and I'm a little bit ashamed. My bank was just like, we think this is fraud. Is this fraud? And I'm like, no. No, it's not. Oy vey. Thank God I have a job again. Okay. So we're getting... God, I like want to sneeze. But like, it's one of those like type of sneezes that's like building in the back of my nose. So it's like, I know I'm not going to sneeze anytime soon. But I want to sneeze. Like, I turned my mic off, obviously. But I like want to sneeze so badly just to get rid of this burning sensation. But it's not happening. Goddamn Finley and her boys love game. Same girl, same. Oh, I've been watching, speaking of romance, not boys love though. But there's a good bromance in there, which I really like. My Sweet Mobster, really good K-drama, I highly recommend. I just love the relationship between the men in the show. I just think it's so sweet and nice. You know, seeing like them all be friends and living together and stuff. And then of course there's the good romance between the male lead and female lead. It's just super adorable. Look at Mason looking good in her apron. Ugh, and the gloves. Ma'am, please. But, oh my god, so good. But, I already gotta figure out what to watch next, because I'm almost done with My Sweet Mobster, which is sad. Though, hi Lou, yes? Hi baby, do you want to say hi? This is my other cat, Lua. Lua, do you want to, I don't know, I kind of need you to be taller and to look up more. Can you sit your butt down so your chest is up? Pops up your head. No? Do we want to do this instead? Hi baby. Yeah. Alright, but I need you to look the other way. Yeah. Yeah. This is Lua Lou. Ow, ma'am. Okay, well, going back to the game. Since you don't want to hang out with me, you just want to play with things on my desk. Cats, man. Love them, but they're mean. Oh, and actually, speaking of My Sweet Mobster, the bad guy is a fucking cat lover. Literally called his gang the Kitty Gang. Because it's a mobster K-drama. So you can tell it's so unserious by the fact they're called the Kitty Gang. But like, the fact that he has this gorgeous cat too. And he loves it. And I just love it. Even though I hate that cats again are portrayed as evil. This is my pet peeve. Just because cats have boundaries, it does not make them bad. Alright. We're getting into choices that actually, well, I mean, not that the other choices didn't matter, but I don't feel they hold as much weight as the upcoming choices. So now we're going to start to read through this. So, Reese is, to give some backstory because I was clicking through everything. So we obviously just started this job today. Reese is like the supervisor of the store, manager, Graves owner, and Reese is now trying to hold one over on us with this thing called a uniform, even though no one else is wearing one. So we're gonna actually just wait till we get to the choice and then we'll move on. Okay, so we're gonna ask him about the uniforms. Alright, he seems pretty serious about this. Maybe I shouldn't blow him off because he looks so young. Maybe he's secretly as old as Graves or something. I just want to know everyone's ages. I just want to know. I just want to make sure we're all kosher here, you know what I mean? I think we are. I'm pretty sure everyone's an adult, but like, I don't even know how old my character is. It seems like they're like young, early 20s or something. So that's why I'm like, going for Graves, that's a big age gap for romance, which I don't mind age gap. I've dated people older than me as well, and people my age and people younger. I don't really care as long as it's appropriate, I guess. Like, no robbing cradles and shit. No creeps. I don't think Graves is a creep, but like, I just want to know. But, they just haven't changed yet, or they don't need them. Only the white software uniforms, and you'll be waiting tables with Landry today. Yeah, but Landry doesn't have a uniform. Reese glances over his shoulder towards Landry, who's made himself busy straightening up the tables in the dining area. He doesn't appear to have heard us, either of us, or he's just ignoring us. That's because we don't have a uniform in his size, which is also still ridiculous. If uniforms were required, he would especially order one for his size. Yet, at least, someday he won't have an excuse anymore. Uh-huh. Come on, Avery, I bet you'll look cute in a uniform. See, Finley, with that face, I don't trust you. I don't trust shit. I can't help feeling a bit itchy about this. Reese rummages around in a drawer by the back door and pulls out some kind of black, orange, and white lace thing. I did put it on my first playthrough, just for fun. I got an achievement. It was great. But, I'm not doing it again. That can't be it, right? This looks like it should be your size. Because I didn't put it on the second playthrough with Landry just to see what the difference would be. And it seems like I got more, not intimate with Reese, but I got more personable. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. So we're going to choose to not put it on. I'm so sorry in advance. I'm going to yawn a lot because, again, it is 5:47 in the morning for me right now. So, your girl's going to yawn a lot, especially because the only thing I have to drink right now is water. He dumps the pile of lace and fabric in my hands and then pushes me towards what I assume is the bathroom. I pause in front of the door and give Reese a baleful look. Oh, come on, at least try it. Actually, so sorry. Give me one sec, guys. I forgot to put something. In my title, stream title. I put it in my, I remembered to put it in my messaging, live now messaging, and I have the tag Spoon Platoon on, but I didn't actually put it in my stream title, so that'd probably be best. There we go, fixed it. I see what he's up to. You can't fool me, mister. Okay, now I know he's messing with me. Nobody outside of 19th century England has worn something like this, and I'm pretty sure they haven't yet invented an orange that ugly. What is this, some kind of hazing thing? I'll pass. Oh, come on. It's a cat's paw tradition. I've always considered myself a mold breaker. Let it go on the record that Avery hates fun. Oh, Reese. He'll like me soon enough. He's like a kid who just had his toy taken away. What a brat. Even Finley looks disappointed. I know, look at that face. Please. I gently drape the uniform over his shoulder, but he moves his head before I have the chance to wrap the big orange ribbon around his head. That's such an ugly outfit. Has anybody actually worn it when you foisted it up on them? Foisted nothing. I want to wear it every day. They won't let me. Oh my gosh, that's too funny. You should have seen Landry in it. He's practically busted to the seams. Oh, it's so funny. I'm glad behind me to see what Landry is doing. I have no idea how he would have gotten this uniform on in the first place. He must have heard his name because he hurries up to the second floor. Reese was too scared to ask Mason to do it. Yeah, Mason would frickin' pulverize Reese. I was not. You were. You mentioned dress code and she stared icicles at you and you stopped. It just wasn't relevant. Ow! Kai! Unnecessary. Literally, you know, Lua, she'll walk across my desk to get to where she wants to go. He'll go up the chair to the computer tower, from the computer tower to the chair and down, and it's like, putting holes into my nice fancy Secret Labs chair. I gotta get a cover for it because it's looking kind of grody, but like, I'm not getting a new chair. No way. It still works perfectly fine. It just aesthetically kind of doesn't look the best anymore. I also want to like do like a, not like a carpet cleaner, but I do need to clean like the seat of the chair. It's getting kind of dark. Look at that blush of his when we're trying to get him to wear it. Isn't that cute? Goes well with his green eyes. No, Graves hadn't made. I had nothing to do with this. You started before any of us, so we wouldn't know. No! I bet you look like a little prince. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm leaving. I have to get ready for cat detail. Okay, Your Highness. Leaving. Reese storms off. He disappears around the corner that leads to the kitchen. Finley gives me a light punch in the shoulder and a sly grin. I bet if you talk to Graves, he might have a picture of Reese in that uniform. I would love a picture of Reese in that uniform. Actually, hold on, let me save. I don't know if I can... Hold up. What does this do? No, that's not what I want. I don't really play with the settings a lot. Um, scroll wheel for progress. Oh. I don't think I've ever had that toggled. What does that look like? Oh, I don't know. Okay. Hold on. How do I... Yes, I want to go back to my menu because I want to go to the gallery. See if I can find... Because I have to have a isn't there a photo of me in the uniform? Oh, I guess not. Hold up. I feel like these are out of... Oh, yes, here it is. This is the uniform we're all talking about, by the way. I think it's cute, but, does not necessarily work. But you know what's really cool is that you can change how it looks in... Oh my god, if you played, like, the male character. Oh my god. But anyway. Alright, we can go back to the game now. Come on. We got this game. I guess I should find where Landry ran off to. He's training me today after all. I think he went upstairs. I head over to the foot of the staircase, but a cat has taken station right in my path. Its sleeping belly up, stretched out to nearly the whole width of the step. Buddy, that's really cute, but that's a dangerous place to sleep. It doesn't dignify me with a response. Instead of the fat orange cat shimmies in place to settle itself even more. Let's Lua. Kai, actually, I swear to God, he understands me. I mean, Lua understands me too, but she's more defiant. She's like, you don't want me doing this? But I'm cute. And I'm just like, yeah, you're cute, but that's not going to save you. Someone's going to trip on you if you don't move. That's not going to be fun for either of you. It opens one eye into a thin slit that makes a murmuring noise and flicks its tail. This little tiger isn't going anywhere, is it? Are all the cats here this spoiled? Guess I'll have to pick it up and move it myself. I lean and scoop it up, but as I do, a tiny orange and white bob-tailed cat whizzes past my feet. It stops on the step below the sleeping cat and raises one paw and bats the other cat squarely on the forehead. The sleeping cat wakes up and hops to its feet. It looks angry. Am I going to have to break up a cat fight? Hey, you two. The bobtail flattens its ears and stares intently at the orange cat. They both perk up when they hear a voice from above. Ah, is Hash Brown sleeping on the stairs again? The orange cat, Hash Browns, I guess, trots away. Landry works his way down the stairs, eyes on the bobtailed kitten. Was it really necessary to smack him? You should be nice. The bobtail turns its head away in a wide arc, almost as if it's giving an okay whatever response. The bobtail turns its head away in a wide arc, almost as if it's giving... Oh, I read that already. I forgot. I hate that it doesn't change the line when you click. It lazily struts over to the windowsill and takes up sentry. I also blame the ADHD. I already forget what I've read, so when I click, I assume I got rid of the old line and a new one appears, not a add second line to the already still there line. That cat's name is Hash Browns? Haha, yeah. Graves names all the cats here. He comes up with some interesting ones. Because that's Reese's cat. Why don't you ask Reese later? That's also so suspicious. Landry, if you wanted to keep her cool, you could literally just be like, oh, it's named Reese. Yes, there's a cat named Reese and a real person, Reese. And honestly, if that was said to me, I wouldn't think anything of it. I'd be like, oh, that's kind of cute that they share a name. I wouldn't think, ah, yes, something mysterious is going on here. Landry's just so suspicious. He can't be chill. He really can't if you romance his route. if you watch one of my other VOD for it, you can see that Landry cannot keep his cool ever, which is pretty fucking funny. Ugh. Graves, Landry, have you not learned that Graves doesn't tell anyone shit? And ta-da! Your first day of the cat spa has begun. And nobody's here. So sad. Honestly, though, that's the best first day. You want a slow first day. Because no way. This is a little anticlimactic. Actually, we have an ad starting in 2 minutes, but I'm going to start it now because the raid trade's going to pop in soon, and I really don't want them to come in an ad. That would suck. So guys, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna start the ads. Take a break, get a snack, take care of yourself, and see you soon. And then for those that are still here, love you to bits. As well as the ad viewers, I love everyone to bits. But we're just gonna truck on through. Going through some more. We'll skip through this part too, honestly. And here comes another yawn. Alright, this is kind of important. Alright. The door closes behind me with a jingle. I have a job. My coworkers are pretty cute. They are so cute. I get to play with cats. And if this works out, I should be able to afford a place of my own soon. I want to know how much they're paid at this goddamn cat cafe. I just want to say. If they can afford a place by themselves. Wait until my parents hear about this. See, that's why I think we're like young 20s or whatever. Maybe even 19. I'm feeling pretty good right now. I can't help giving a little celebratory fist bump. Because I don't think we ever went to college. I mean, at least it's not talked about. Oh, right. I think I just heard someone snort a laugh behind me. I thought I said that pretty quietly. I turn around to see who it is, but there's nobody there but a cat. 2 cats, actually. Cats from the cafe. So there's Hayes. And then there's Reese. Reese's cat and the Siamese cat, to be precise. Welcome back, ad viewers. I hope you're well. Crap, how'd they get outside? Did I let them out when I left? This is real bad. I'm pretty sure one of the first rules of working at a cat cafe is to do not lose the cats. They're not looking at me anymore. Now it's my chance. I start creeping towards both cats. If I move too suddenly, I might spook them. I then make a few steps before I see the bobtail's ears swivel back to face me. Without turning the rest of his head, it takes a springing leap and heads down one fork in the road. Siamese cat continues down the same path as casual as anything. I can't get them both, but I need to get at least one of them. I better decide who to go after. So I've always followed the Siamese cat. I've never followed Reese's cat. Just one, because the Siamese cat seems easier to catch, but also I don't want to freaking go after Reese, but now we're romancing him, so we have to. But let's go follow Reese. I know he's not supposed to be out here. What do you mean? They're both not supposed to be out there if they're actual cats. What a little jerk cat. I take off after the bratty bobtail. Oh my gosh. Reese's cat suddenly stops, turns around, and plants his haunches on the pavement. He looks up at me with a surprisingly bored expression. Oh, come off it, Avery. You can stop tailing me now, unless you were that bent on following me home. The cat is talking. Why? Why do you look so surprised? You knew it was me, right? Oh, but that smirk! I clicked too fast. That smirk on his cat face. Ugh. The smugness. Oh, he's gonna be so smug romancing him. Either that or he's gonna be... Oh my god. Hello, Raiders. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow, Morgaya. Syndra Toria, I'm so sorry. I should have learned how to pronounce your user. I'm just going to call you Syndra for now until you correct me. Thank you so much for the raid, Syndra. If you have to raid and run, I understand. I hope you had a great stream. I appreciate you. Let me know what you're playing if you are choosing to stay behind. But yeah, no, thank you guys. Oh my god. Syndra's perfect. Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate it. I always feel bad butchering usernames. Oh my gosh. But yeah, how are you doing? How was your raid? What did you guys do? For those of you raiding in, Thank you, Riansu. Again, please correct me if I'm wrong. I appreciate the follow. You guys are great. Um, by the way, my name is Leatrice Kitty. I am a variety streamer. For the main game I'm playing is Mass Effect 1, but today we're playing Hustle Cat, a romance dating sim where you work at a cat's cafe that is cursed. Our character is actually just about to find out that the cafe is cursed. This is my third playthrough of the game. So, uh, thank you, Sindra, and thank you, Riansu. Um, and yeah, oh, Disability Rate Train. I have ADHD, which will become very apparent. Anxiety, depression, PTSD from two incidences. Um, one being, unfortunately, from a partner, past partner, but they're in the past, so we're working through it. And then one from my cat's illness that was pretty bad, but she's in remission. My cat's in remission, so we're good. But anyway, yes. Oh, thank you, more guy. Yeah, no, this is a fun game. It's my third playthrough. We're romancing this short king called Reese. He's a bit bratty, um, and I'm so excited. I have romanced Finley and Landry in the past. I'm going in order of the cinematic trailer, but I highly recommend this game if you love dating sims. It's honestly been so much fun playing. I play it every Sunday until the next dating sim comes along. But so right now our character's just about to find out about this curse. Today we did 12 hours of Fallout 76 to wrap up our contributions to the Spoon Platoon raid train. That's amazing. It's Christmas in July in the game, so there's enemies dressed as Santa outfits. Oh my god, that sounds fun. And they drop presents when you pew pew. So we've been running around killing Christmas all night. That's hilarious. I love that. I'll have to go and watch the VOD. That's hilarious. I love events like that. It just brings so much extra joy. But oh my gosh. I've never actually played any of the Fallout games. I've watched the show. Um but so this is Reese. Sorry, I'm ADHD. This is Reese in his cat form. This is what he looks like as a cat, and you'll see kind of like the other characters in their cat forms as the game progresses. So let me, I mean, they're kind of going to explain it, but I'm also probably going to click through because I like chatting at the same time. Um, so basically, if you work at this cafe at Cat's Paw, you become a cat, but you can be human while on the premises, but the moment you leave the property line, you turn into a cat. So that's kind of the premise of this game, and you're trying to break the curse. But yeah, no, I've never really played the Fallout games. I should though; they look really fun. Um, but yeah, I'm not because it's more like a shooter, right? So I mainly my first shooter is actually was Borderlands 3. Never finished it though because the story couldn't grab me. So my second shooter is Mass Effect, which I'm actually really liking. But you may have immediately wishlisted this game. Oh my god, it's such a cute game. I'm so glad to share this game because I'm hoping maybe if I can revive the love of this game, it would revive the studio because I was like, they're got to be making more games, right? Because I'm obsessed with this. They have another game that's like a boys' love dating simulator based off, I guess, a comic they made. But their socials are all dead. I don't see any updates from them, and I'm just like, you can't create something amazing as a cat's paw, as Hustle Cat, I mean, and not make any more games. So maybe with this raid train we can revive the studio. I found it randomly. I was every once in a while when I am in a dating sim slump because sometimes they all just kind of blend together, especially all the ones that release on the Switch. Um, so like I try and look for like indie studio games because they revive my heart. I'm constantly on itch.io, that website, for dating simulator games from indie creators because some of them just hit so goddamn good. Highly recommend Blooming Panic. It's a free dating sim off itch.io, by the way. um, Shout out to Robo Barbie. But it's just it's so good. I found it randomly on Steam and it was on sale during one of the Steam sales, and so I was like, yes, immediate buy. Immediate. Um but I'm always playing some kind of dating simulator. On my Switch right now, I'm actually playing Collar X Malice. I'm on my third playthrough for that because I like to play all the routes. And then I'm playing Love in Deep Space on my phone. For those who know who know. I always got love on the brain. Maybe because I'm chronically single, but by choice. I like I like unrealistic romances. Let's go. He's so smug about telling my character that they're gonna be cursed. He's like, I wouldn't be surprised. Such a brat. I do love brats though. If you guys play dating simulators, what's your favorite kind of personality to date? Who do you typically go for? I have a friend that likes to go through for all the dark-haired characters. I tend to go for the flirty / or bratty types, but every once in a while I like a cold personality. You never know; they're kind of fun. Did you hear me? Witches. There are witches in this game too, which just makes it a lot more fun. So there's how many playable characters are there's Finley, not playable characters, romanceable characters. So there's Finley, Landry, Reese, Mason, Hayes, and Graves. Graves is the owner of the cafe, and he's not romanceable until you romance everyone. You cannot romance him without unlocking all of the people. I romanced Finley first. She was so cute. And then Landry. So now we're on to Reese, and I'm going in order of the cinematic trailer, just because it accidentally happened that way the first time. Like, I romanced Finley first, and then I was like, ooh, I want Landry. And then I was watching the trailer for, like, the third time, and I was like, I should just go in order. I'm already started the order. Why not? Oh, I know, right? I like that you can, I like having to unlock romance routes because it makes the game more engaging. I have a system, too, typically. So I'm actually ignoring my system when I romance characters in dating sims. I have a system. If you want to hear my system. So, like, I don't often replay games. It's very hard for me, especially even dating sims. I have to at least wait a while before I replay a dating sim because I remember the story. But I introduced me to all the talking cats. Reminds me of Mystic Messenger. Oh my god. Mystic Messenger. Yes. 707 was my favorite. I actually did a gender bent cosplay for 707 because I just loved him so much. I still have it on my phone. Have I played it in forever? No. I freaking love Mystic Messenger though. At least I think that's how it goes. I haven't messed with that one in years. I know, it's been years. I haven't played that game since college. How crazy is it that it's been out that long? I remember like losing sleep for classes because like I was trying to play that game because I wanted to get everything and I didn't want to miss anything. Oh my god. Poor guy, you just brought back so many memories. I love it though. Oh man, maybe I should replay it. I actually got the VIP package when they were doing that. I still have it somewhere in my closet, but they came out that VIP where you got like a little badge and like you got like a bunch of little stuff, like it like almost like in-game real stuff. You know, as if you were actually like that character. And it was like so good. So good. That game. Amazing. But circling back though, I have a system because I don't really always replay, especially if I don't like the story. So to try and make it so I do replay and have the motivation with my ADHD is I rank off of first, impressions who I want to date. And then I typically go for this person I'm second most interested in. And then I'll go for the second to last. And then I'll go for the middle. And then of course ranking can change while I'm playing. So I will allow myself to switch it up as I'm playing the game. And I will not play a route if I think the person is unredeemable, horrible person. But typically it doesn't get to that point. So that's typically where I go, and then I save my number one for last, because you gotta save the best for last. I'm like that person that saves the best bite of the sandwich for last. I'm like very strategic on where I like bite my sandwich. Or like whatever bite of food, you know, I'll constantly be judging my plate and be like, yep, yep, this is gonna be the best piece, and it will be my last piece. But yeah, that's typically my strategy. Sometimes the strategy goes out the window though, like for this game, because this game I was like, I want Landry first, and then I was like, but then I probably want Hayes, but then I want Finley and Mason, and Reese was last, and then I was like, it didn't work out because I'm not doing this with a guide. I try and go guideless, unless like I'm not in the mood for a bad ending. Sometimes I will go out of my way to avoid bad endings, but I have not been using a guide. And so far, I've been doing pretty well. Except for one time. I did get the bad ending one time, but at least I got an achievement for it, and I had saved, so I could just go back and fix that. I am a scum saver in any type of game, which actually reminds me I should save, because this game did crash on me once, and that made me so sad. But, what other visual novel games have I played? I've played so many that's kind of hard to remember them all. I also treat, like, RPG games, like, I treated Baldur's Gate 3 like a dating simulator. Please. You kidding me? I've treated all the Dragon Age games as dating simulators. Cullen, favorite romance in Dragon Age. Say it just right now. Romance Astarion. Baldur's Gate. And Mass Effect 1 right now. I accidentally romanced Caden. Not really into him. I just didn't know that you had to be mean to get them to back off. I just thought if I didn't, choose any of the obvious flirting options, he would, leave me alone. But no. So I guess I'm technically romancing him, but I want Garrus. And I think I can start romancing him the second game. So I'm aiming for Garrus when the time comes. Alright, so this is part of the curse. We got a whisker growing out of our face, which is grody. You only have 2 romance options in one anyway. It gets really interesting later. I know. I think the other one's Liara, which she's so cute, but like, she's, I don't know. Something just feels off about her. Same with Caden. Like, both Liara and Caden are great characters respectively, but as romance options, I'm just like, I don't know. But yeah, I have watched people play Mass Effect, but thank God for my ADHD that I don't remember a lot of it, because it feels like I'm experiencing it all for the first time, even though I've literally watched. So one of my favorite streamers is also my best friend, Christy Critter. They are not here right now because they are sleeping, understandably, because it's 6 in the morning for me right now. Well, 6:14 to be specific. So they're not joining me this morning, which is okay. They're romancing Thane, and they are in game 3 right now, and they just, I'm not gonna say anything, but let's just say they experienced some of the angst in that romance. But yeah, I oh my god, Rakaya. I know, they were literally, I'm gonna out them, but they have a VOD, so it's not really outing them, but Chrissy Critter legit cried on screen, and I felt so bad. I just wanted to, like, virtually hug them. I was just sending them, because they also like dating sims, I was just sending them, like, gifs and photos and voice lines of their favorite characters just to try and cheer them up, because, like, it was like, stop. Oh, man. And Anxious Griff is another one. He hasn't been playing Mass Effect in a while. He's been on Persona 3, but I love watching him play Mass Effect. So, but yeah, I'm excited. I have been playing it. The problem is, though, I think, forgot to mention, I have VID, visually induced dizziness, and there's no cure. It's just nausea medications. And the goddamn Mako stuff, having to go around in that rover makes me way too nauseous. I actually had to cut my stream early on Thursday because I got so sick. I was about to throw up on my keyboards, and I was like, I can't. So we'll see if I feel up to it on Tuesday. I should try. I was gonna try this weekend to, I hate the Mako so much. It would be fun if it doesn't trigger my VID so badly, and I don't know why. But, oh, the mountains too. The mountains. It's the Storm Coast of Dragon Age Inquisition all over again, but with a goddamn vehicle. Oh my god, the mountains. get me every time. Oh my gosh. And I'm sorry in advance, I'm yawning a lot. It's not because you guys bore me, it's just because it's so early. I woke up at 5 in the morning to do this. The mountains, yeah, the mountains are the worst. Ugh. It just makes me so dizzy and nauseous, and I was just like, nah, I gotta cut stream. I was like, I'm sorry guys, I'm too sick. And then I laid down and I passed out. It was only 7 at night and I passed out. I was like, I can't. But I'm getting close to done with the game, which is why I was getting sick from Mako, because I was doing all the side quests. Like I did Garrett's side quest with that Dr. Hart or whatever, which was so anticlimactic. There was all this build up and I was like, yeah, we're gonna get this guy, and we got him, but I was just like, that could have been more. I feel like there wasn't a lot put into the side quest, which again, it's a side quest, but still. But yeah, I just gotta get through these side quests, because then I have Vermeer, I think that's how you pronounce it. And then, because I'm getting close to, I think, the end of the game. And then it'll be on to 2, and I can get more Garrus. I also wish Tally was romanceable by a female ship. Yes, Vermeer, yeah, okay, cool. I am so close. Yeah, I know. I was like, I gotta finish all these side quests before I start this main quest. But oh my GS, why isn't Tally romanceable by a female show? Every day I wake up and she's still not romanceable. I know. I know. I love so every once in a while, for some reason, TikTok doesn't want me to be on Mass Effect TikTok at all, even though I go out of my way to like so many Mass Effect videos. But I did stumble across one that was just like, we need a polycool between Garrus, Tally, and Femshep, and I was like, yes. Agreed. I would love that. Honestly, such a crime that we can't. But not goddamn Finley being like, what kind of cat are you? So excited. But it's just insane. Not like this isn't like a huge sci-fi RPG game, but again, I treat it like a dating sim, because to me it is. With just some shooting on the side. and a crazy Turian trying to bring back an ancient race. No big deal. Just want the romance. Sign me up. But, yeah. No, I'm excited. I've heard also Mako's better in the second game, so I'm praying that it doesn't make me as sick. Because I really do love playing it, but sometimes it just gets me. So this is Hayes and Mason. They're both so cute. But I've had enough. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. So Graves is the owner of the cafe and a witch. I love that everyone's a witch here regardless of gender. It's so great. I love when games do that. Also, the fact that none of them told me I would turn into a cat when I took the job, especially Landry. Landry's the one that I'm like, I need a job. And he's like, oh, okay, let me get you the owner. It's not like, hey, babe, don't work here. You will turn into a cat. But it's whatever. It's okay, Landry. You're fine. You're cute. It works out. And then this is Finley, my girl. She's so adorable. But, same. That's actually a talking point. Like, some people actually, on purpose, work there because they found out about the curse and they want to become a cat. I would too, honestly. I mean, it would suck that when you leave the perimeter of the cafe, you like, stay stuck as a cat. At the cafe, they can choose to be in human or cat form at will. If there wasn't a limit, a perimeter geographical limit, I'd be so down. So it said, I know cats take the best naps. Tell me right now. We're not gonna quit. I did quit once for the achievement I saved, but we don't need the achievement this time. If we quit, the game ends. as you're stuck as a cat forever. Made me curious though, Morgaya, what kind of cat would you be if you could choose? If you were to turn into a cat? Is there a specific breed or color you'd want to be? I would want to be... I don't know what kind of cat I have 2 cats, domestic, short hair, strays. I don't know what kind of cat they are. I'd either want to look like my cat Lua, which she's not anywhere near me to grab her. She's like sandy brown with like stripy patterns. Or I'd be a Maine Coon. I'd be a big girl. I would love to be a Maine Coon. Definitely a black cat. Sure, I'd put me at risk with superstitious folk, but I love them so much. A calico would be my second choice, I think. Oh, both good. I've always wanted a black cat, especially because I am a practicing pagan witch in real life. I love a black cat. I had a calico cat as one of my first cats. Her name was May. And then I named her sister Misty, who was a gray cat. And yes, it was after the Pokemon trainers. But calico cats are so pretty. Thank you. I took a lot to get my sister to accept the names because it was both cats. Like one cat was for me, one cat was my sister, and we were trying to co-name them. And I was like, okay, but isn't Misty such a pretty name? Like, and so unique too. I didn't even mention Pokemon because I know if I mentioned Pokemon, she'd be like, bitch. And I was like, it's such a cute name. And she's like, yeah, it actually is a really cute name. And I got her. And then she got so annoyed at me later on down the line. I know, I did pass the persuasion. Oh my god, what a cute emote. I really did. But, oh my gosh. So yeah, that was that. And then we had a third cat named Ham, which we were not creative. It was a cat from our dumpster that we had ham sandwiches at the time because we were kiddos. Gave Ham, and we're like, wow, she likes ham. Not, thinking she's starving. And so we named her Ham. And then we had Lily, who I used to call Lilith when she annoyed me, but she was a good cat. And then now now that I live alone, out of the house, I got my 2, I have Lua, who I call Lou, and Kai. And the vet likes to call them Kahlua. I'm so mad I didn't come up with that myself. But their sibling name is Kahlua. Oh my gee, Ham, not gonna lie, I love when pets are named after food. I have someone else who has a cat named Beef. Oh my god. I also love food names. I also love giving cats human names. Because imagine just being like, what the fuck, Simon? And then it's a cat. I love giving any animal, honestly. I love getting any animal human names. I think it's funny. But there was one person, I think they were a streamer. They had all their cats were named after different types of pasta. So they had a gnocchi, they had rigatoni. I love that. I thought that was adorable. Yeah, with my cat's name, so Kai came with his name, and I actually adopted both of them with a roommate at the time, and then I won them both in the divorce, even though it wasn't really a divorce. We just moved different paths, and we're still, talking. But I like to joke that it's the divorce because, like, we were really, like, we shared everything, me and my roommate, because we were so close at the time. I know, right? Beautiful rigatoni. It's such a great name. And, so they wanted to keep Kai, so I got to name Lua. Lua's name originally was Luna, but I was like, that's too on the nose. I'm pagan. Every pagan has a cat named Luna. I'm not gonna keep it the same. So, and I had just actually on the way over was listening to a podcast about a lion named Lady Lua and how they did a study on her because she was so unnaturally empathetic for a lion, and just had a lot of empathy. And I was like, and it's close. I was like, they sound similar, Lua. So I was like, we're gonna go to Lua. And it's always fun going to the vet and then being like, we're ready for Leah? And I'm like, close, just go Lou. You can just call her Lou. They're all so nice, though. Lua is a favorite at the vet because of her freeze response. They're like, she's such a good girl. She takes handling and shots so well. I'm like, no, she's just scared to death. And she's just not a fighter. But they actually, every time I bring her in, they actually, if they have any students there, they'll keep her longer. They'll let me know, of course, ahead of time. They'll be like, we're gonna just let the students handle her, and we just teach on her. And I'm like, okay. So, I mean, I guess I am proud in that sense that they love her. And then Kai is a ham. He loves attention. We're gonna leave him alone because we're not romancing Hayes. Hayes is so skittish, it's adorable. Also, heads up, we got an ad in like 45 seconds. Please take care of yourself, get a snack, drink, stretch. Probably won't mention much. I'll probably still be talking about cats, who knows. It's kind of the theme of the day with the game and all. But I just want to give you guys a heads up. But Hayes is cute. He's very skittish. He's like me. I used to be as anxious as he was. And thankfully I'm not anymore. I mean, if I still was, I probably wouldn't be streaming, but... Oh, and we're gonna see Finley's cat form soon. Finley's adorable. And there's Finley with a donut on her head, because that's her whole thing. I mean, cats are great. Like, a friend of mine said, if someone's like cats, I don't trust them. Same. Just because an animal has boundaries doesn't mean they're bad. I was literally just saying earlier, actually, I'm gonna pause this thought. I'm gonna pause it for the ads, and I will come back to this thought when y'all are back. But I will continue on in the game. So by the Your Jelly Donut comment, that's just because Finley is very popular on social media, but as her cat persona, which she calls Jelly Donut, she, I guess, has really popular cat videos with her as the star. And our character was watching Jelly Cat videos before starting the job at the cafe. But super cute. I'll give you my autograph later if you like. God damn it, Finley. She's so cute. I'm also gonna take a sip of water. So starstruck. Oh my god, I freaking love Finley. She's just so adorable. I just want to romance her again. But I can't. Well, I can, but not yet. I gotta get through everyone else first. Oh, cut the stick holding. I can never say that word right. I feel like I don't put the oomph in it like I should. Reese solders up, serving platter in hand. She's just so cute. Are you over your temper tantrum, baby? That always gets me so irrationally angry. It's so irrationally annoying when he says this line every single time. Well, I almost was, but then you come in here and call it a temper tantrum. Oh my god, yes. No sense of humor, just like I said. That's not funny though, Reese. You have to be funny. But okay. Ugh, pancakes. That sounds so good right now. I definitely gotta treat myself. Welcome back, ad goers. I missed you. It was lonely. I got to talk to Reese for a bit, but he was being dumb. But anyway, my thought. Yes, just because cats have boundaries doesn't make them evil, and it's a personal, like, pet peeve of mine, quite literally, pun intended, when shows depict cats as evil, like cats versus dogs. Why are cats always evil? And also, like, what was it? What's it called? Paw Patrol. Cats are evil. And then we got, and animals can always tell when you don't like it. Yes, that is so true. Very true. I think that's also why I really like cats. I mean, dogs are great. I do like dogs. Please don't label me a dog hater. There's a lot of extra work for me, physically. I would, of course, properly take care of a dog if I had one, but it just would be very physically tolling on me, like with all the walks and stuff and keeping them energized, where cats are just, like, a lot easier on my body. And also, I like having to earn their love and respect, you know what I mean? Like, it was a trial with both my cats when I got them. Nothing like crazy, but it was a trial with any cat I've gotten, you know, to build that sense of level of trust. And they didn't have a bad past or anything, which is nice. But, oh, I'm so sorry for your losses. I had a dog named Benji. He passed a few years ago, and then we lost a cat. We lost actually Misty, who I mentioned earlier, last year. So that was rough. But yeah, it's just, dogs are just a little too much work physically for me. If I were to ever have a partner, maybe I'd be open, more minded to getting a dog, though Lua hates dogs, so it'd have to be after her. And since they're just 3 now, I'm hoping I get at least another 17 years out of my cats. So that's gonna be a long time to wait to get a dog. Oh, thank you, Morgaya. But yeah, what was I saying now? Oh yeah, making cats evil in media. Hate it. I did, though. I have not, and it's not like I'm trying to, but I have had, like, my friends' partners. I ironically, like, a lot of my friends will get partners that don't like cats, and then I slowly bring them over to the dark side just because they see how much love I have for my cats, and then they see my cats and they're like, wow, cats actually aren't that bad. And I'm like, see? You have all this unnecessary stigma against cats, and you just hanging 5 minutes with my own cats goes to show that they're not too bad. But yes, and all other animals. But it's just so funny that I've always been able to, like, churn them a bit, even though I'm not actively trying to. I just want them to not hate cats for no good reason. I'm actually watching this K-drama called My Sweet Mobster. I should be clicking while I say this for the people that are not part of this conversation, who are only interested in Hustle Cat. But there's this K-drama, if you're into those, I'm watching, called My Sweet Mobster, and it's a funny, kind of with a serious tone, but it's mostly a funny romance K-drama. It's a mob romance, and there's a rival gang called the Kitty Gang. Yes, sounds unserious, but they actually do some serious stuff in the show. But the leader of the Kitty Gang loves cats and has his own beautiful, like, Persian cat, and he loves it so much. And I'm just like, I hate that a cat's on the evil side of this, but also I'm all for this cat love. I am cat obsessed, as you can tell by my ears. If I ever go into VTubing or PNG tubing, it'd be a cat VTuber. I've thought about it, but maybe one day. But yeah, no, I am a crazy cat lady, proudly. I really want, my dream, if I ever make enough money, I would really like to buy a house with a little bit of property and just foster cats. I know realistically I can't adopt every cat in the world, even though I want to, and it wouldn't be fair to, like, my 2 cats right now, but I would really like to foster cats and just help them get better homes. But I would want, like, a house with some land a bit. Not to have outdoor cats, because I don't personally believe cats should be outdoors. Just because they get sick more often and they don't live as long. But I have been leash training Kai to take him on walks, because he just has so much energy. So I'd like to take him on controlled walks and then bring him and then bring him back home to stay in. I was gonna leash train Lua too, but with her chronic illness, I can't risk it. I could trigger a relapse for her illness if she caught something outside. I can't even vaccinate her, which is unfortunate anymore. Like, I can't, because vaccinations could also trigger a relapse for her. She has a thing called FIP, if you know what that is. And she's in remission now, thank God, actually as of like 2 weeks ago. But I agree, especially since now my cat is blind just from old age. The thought of her being outside is just oof. I know. Oh, your poor girl. I wish her all the love in her golden years. But, yeah, nah, man. I just personally believe they should be inside. I do want, like, I also want a property because, and the reason I want the land a little bit, not a lot. I don't need a lot. I don't want to maintain it. I would really like to build a cattery, like a catio, like have a giant outdoor, like enclosed play area for them. That's what I really want. I want to build one. I've thought about building one for mine because I have a little mini balcony. I could realistically fit a mini catio on there, but it's too hot right now. I agree, especially, no, I already read that. ADHD, see? I know she does her best, but poor thing never knows she's in the way and stuff. Oh. My heart. Oh my god, when pets get old, man. Just does it. My dog Benji, before he passed, his thing was his hind legs weren't working anymore, so he'd be like in the way too, and he would know to get out of the way, but he physically couldn't, and it'd just be so sad. We'd had to put like diapers on him because he couldn't raise himself to properly squat or whatever. So he was just messing himself up all the time, but he was a good boy. But anyway, moving on because we're getting a little sad. But on the good news of my cat Lua being in remission is she's going through her crazy cat phase now. I always say like I always say that like any kind of animal has like their crazy energy phase when they're young, you know, like the puppy phase, kitten phase. But the thing with Lua, I'm actually kind of glad we're not going through it at the same time because I adopted Kai and Lua together. They were from different litters, but they bonded really well when I adopted them. And sorry, distracted by the choices. Space. But yeah, Kai was a freaking Kai is a mastermind. He's dumb. Don't get me wrong, he has no common sense. He's very dumb, but he's like technically smart. Like if he were a human, he'd be like in engineering, 100%. Like he's super intelligent with physical stuff. I used to have to keep baby locks, legit baby locks and baby gates around the apartment because he would just get into the cabinets, get into rooms he shouldn't, even with doors shut. Because he could work the handles. I'm not even kidding. And he'd eat all our food and shit. And he'd like to go through trash. And one time, we finally upgraded to this awesome magnetic lock. We had these magnetic baby locks that you needed a magnet key to unlock the door. Like you needed this, okay? And not any magnet worked. You had to have the specific magnet key. And he somehow got the cabinet open, but then locked himself inside. So I come home to Lua freaking out, losing her mind. And I'm like, what the heck are you talking about? And I luckily had something to put into the food cabinet, so I take the key and unlock it, and there's Kai. That's all the wreckage of our food, because I was living with roommates at the time. This boy. And I still don't know to this day how he managed to do it. Like, crazy. But on the other hand, he's also dumb because of him, I can't keep candles in my apartment anymore. He likes to put his face over the flame, get close enough where it's like kind of dangerous, and then he'll be like, "Oh my god, it's hot," and he actually has a curled whisker. He did it, as I say, carefully, right? Kai right now actually has a curled whisker because he like freaking melted it. And you know what's sad? After the whole, "Oh my god, that's hot," he put his face right back over the flame. So I'm like, I can't keep open flames around here. If I'm cleaning or something, get distracted, and he's mesmerized by the fire that he can't stay away from. So, yeah, no. We don't keep candles in this house anymore. I have wax melts instead. I got a wax warmer. Lua, on the other hand, was literally sick the day we got her. She had a cold. And then once she recovered from her cold, she had Giardia. And then once she recovered from the Giardia, she got FIP. So she has been always sick, my poor baby. But now that she's in remission, and she doesn't have any other underlying illness, praise, she now is going through her crazy kid energy phase, even though she's 3 years old. And I can't be mad at her because I'm so overjoyed that she has this energy. Like, over the moon, even though she frustrates me. She's been trying to, like, get to my TV wires, and I'm like, sometimes I'm like, I want to strangle you. But that would defeat the purpose of all the effort I went to keep you alive. They're great cats. I love them. Even though I think Kai likes my friend Matt better. He just likes men in general. Anytime a male person is over, he's just like, I must be petted by them and only them. And I'm like, did you forget who feeds you? But, oh god, I love cats. I could talk about my cats all day, every day. If anyone wants to talk about their pets, please, I'll fawn over your pets. I always feel bad taking over the conversation. But, oh man. I'm so glad I discovered cats. Cats sure like to act like you never feed them. Oh my god, I know. I feed my cats 4 times a day. Really small meals. I feed them wet food, and I do like the very tiny cans, and I do half of those for them. So I feed them 4 times a day, and every time it's their mealtime, they're like, "Oh my god, I'm starving," and I'm like, this is the 3rd time I fed you. What do you mean you're starving? They really do. And like, it's funny, they like certain human foods too. Like I had some sweetbread, and I opened up the package, and immediately Kai was on me being like, can I have a piece? Can I have some bread? And I was like, yes, just to get you away from me. I tore off a piece, threw it across the room. He ran after it. I was like, ha, have peace for a little bit. Kai takes forever to eat any kind of human food though. I don't know why. He like struggles for whatever reason. Every time I get to the scene in this game, I want donuts. I haven't eaten this morning. After this, I plan on getting, like, Dunkin'. I'm gonna get myself a sandwich, a donut, and a nice refresher. It's gonna be great. What do we think? Should we be naughty and sneak a donut? Or be good? Being talking about cat shenanigans, we should probably honor it by sneaking a donut. Nah, sneak the donut. Alright, yeah, let's go ahead and sneak a donut. I've actually never chosen this option before, so that's why on the 3rd playthrough I was like, maybe we should actually try and, like, sneak it. Just one donut won't hurt, right? Reach out my hand and feel the hand on my shoulder. I freeze. I can feel her lean in real close. So close. I feel her hair brush the side of my face. Gonna pay for that. I also really like the art in this game, I'm just saying. I love Mason. Oh, right? Don't steal from my kitchen. She says it in such a low, calm voice, but I will never, ever think about it again. You're right, you won't. Nah, Mason's awesome, though. She ruffles my hair and it's gone as quickly as she appeared. I cannot wait to romance her. She's gonna be in the next one. She'll be next Sunday. I will be romancing her, and I'll do the full playthrough, because I won't be constrained by my time slot. But that's okay. Asha, who's next, is really awesome. I love their streams. I'm pity anyone that ends up on her bad side. Hopefully I'm not one of them. I will say, I do think this is awesome because every character feels very kind of like, very well-rounded in their personality. They don't feel like one-dimensional, and they have like, and they still surprise you. Like I walked into each relationship so far with an expectation, and like, yeah, it's kind of met, but it's also exceeded because I'm like, oh, I didn't think I'd get this dynamic of, you know, stuff, even though it's like kind of a short game. That it takes me about 4 hours to finish one route. That's because I also still don't really like skip through it, except for kind of right now. I'm like kind of like, but I'm having good conversation with some awesome people. So, plus that's what VODs are for, and other playthroughs. I was literally during the ads was like, you know, I want to re-romance Finley again because it was just so cute. But that will be after I finish everyone's route for the first time because I have to get to Graves. I will say though, it does concern me, and I mentioned this like before everyone rated in, it does concern me that I don't know anyone's ages. Because like, I mean, obviously we're all adults, but like, at the same time, I'm just like, with Reese too, I'm like, how old are you? I know you're short, but like, are you short? Because, you know? And then Graves is obviously older than everyone, so, because, Reese's dad and Graves went to college together, so I'm just like, yeah, how old is this age gap gonna be when I finally do get to romance Graves? Which I don't mind age gap, but like, I want it to be a reasonable. No robbing the cradle shit. Because sometimes I feel like the way our, you know, MC character is written, I'm like, they totally give off early 20 vibes. When Mason calls me a smart ass. Alright, we're gonna go into the creepy basement. Look at this basement at a goddamn cat cafe. That is cursed, mind you, but still. Oh my god, scaredy cat. You're right. They do a lot of puns in this game. Holy crap, Graves. I try to give you the benefit of doubt, and then this happens. This isn't a restaurant storehouse, it's a Halloween surplus store. Speaking of Halloween surplus, has anyone seen the Spirit Halloween stores popping up near them? I'm seeing, I got 2 Spirit Halloween stores near me, and I am so excited. I am so excited for Spirit. Even though I don't really get costumes, I don't really have anywhere to go. I don't have any Halloween parties I go to every year. But I do go to get like just some fun decor. Also, I like looking at the costumes even if I never get one. But actually, sometimes it is still good to go to like for Ren Fair stuff, because I do dress up for the Ren Fair. I dressed up as a bard this past year. Because I play D&D and I play a bard, a tiefling bard. I did not go full tiefling because I did not want to paint my skin purple. But I did dress up kind of as like my D&D character, like how I would imagine she would dress in D&D. I had a leather kind of like cowboy hat, wide belt, boots, and like, it was so cute. I should post that photo in my Discord. Which I'll post socials at the end, but feel free to go to my About Me page if you want to see me dressed up for Ren Fair. But I love the Ren Fair. I go every year. But and I'm sorry, this book is gonna be super important because it's gonna help us learn magic and break the curse, hopefully. Which I will say, this just sounds so bad, and it's probably because I just have no nuance or I'm just not paying attention. I still don't understand how I've managed to break it in the other two playthroughs, because I'm just like, how did this get broken? They don't really explain it that well. They're just like, at a certain part of the game, they're just like, well, curse is broken now. And I'm like, okay. I'm glad. I was helpful in some way. You know what, Mason? I was gone for 2 seconds. Took you long enough. But love me, Mason, please. The fact that Mason agrees that it's creepy always astounds me, too. Oh. I like it. Somehow I'm not surprised. Oh my gosh. I don't think I could ever work at a cafe, though. It'd be too much for my anxiety. I get overwhelmed. I also don't know how to make coffee, because I don't like coffee. I'm not a coffee person. I wish I was. It's just too bitter. I cannot do any sort of bitterness at all. Tea is also really hard for me. I do mostly like fruit teas or like boba, like a milk tea. Yeah, I feel like that and sensory overload would get me. Yeah, it'd probably be mainly sensory overload. I used to work in hotels and I used to work front office. So I definitely know about sensory overload, especially if you work at like a popular wedding destination hotel, which I used to. If I got overwhelmed, I'd lap the building. I'd be like, I need 5 minutes, and I would just go out and do a full circle around the whole entire property because I needed to calm down. This is really funny, but I can't choose it because we're romancing someone else. So we're not gonna flirt, but we will still get her coffee. But, yeah, no. Highly also do not recommend working at hotels, and if you already do, thoughts and prayers to you. You are a real one and a champion. Because it is not for the weak. But also, I don't like the idea of getting food on me or beverages. I just think I don't know why, but the thought of touching, like dirty plates. I can barely do dishes in my own house. That's what the dishwasher's for. I don't buy any dishes that I can't just put in the dishwasher. I will be real about that. like no way. So like the thought of touching like dirty cups and dishes and whatnot at a cafe, if we just take out the whole person interaction part, not it for me. But I do appreciate the people that do. I always tip, because y'all do a lot and deal with a lot, because people can suck. I've been the witness to many of horrible customer interactions, and I always try to be extra nice afterwards to make up for it. Sorry, I got an incoming yawn. I really gotta stop doing these early morning streams. I'm like never awake. But it's also kind of nice. I got the nice stillness of the morning too. Not the hustle bustle of my apartment complex during the day. Hello, Landry. Oh my god, one of my friends called him Laundry the other day, and I died. I will say, Landry is very a unique name, and The sad part was I knew exactly who she was talking about. She's like, "Did you enjoy laundry?" And I was just like, "Yeah, I liked laundry." And I was just like, "How the?" I was like, "Wow, I'm way too into this game." If I immediately was like, "Yeah, she meant Landry." Reese, I expect you all won't spend too much time lollygagging. I love that word. It's a hard word for me to say, though. Look at his blush, though. Reese is cute. Height is but a number. But to go from Landry to Reese is definitely going to be interesting. I'm excited to see the gallery photo. But I already got to start thinking about the next game, because with Reese, we're halfway through Hustle Cat. Even though that's because about 4 hours per route. So we got 12 more hours of this game, roughly. But I gotta think about what the next dating sim will be. I have a lot of demos. There's a lot of dating sims I want to play, but they're not out yet. So if anyone has any recommendations that I can just, for one on Steam, greatly appreciate it. Because all the ones I have on Steam, I've pretty much played. Hakuoki. I have Heart of the Woods, which is a WLW romance, but the prologue was too long, and I kind of got out of it. I should give it another chance, because I heard amazing things about it, but like the prologue just was so extended, and I was just like, can I just please get to chapter 1 so I can start making decisions? Yeah, and then everything else, yeah. Which one with WLW? It's called Heart of the Woods. And I've heard amazing things about it, and I started, and I did try and attempt to play it. But for me personally, I don't like waiting too long to make decisions, because then I start doubting on whether it's an interactive, game, or if it's just literally a visual novel. And if the story isn't grabbing me, well, then I want to make choices to make it interesting. So, good morning, Vex. How are you? What are you up to? Glad to have you here. But I should give it another chance, because I've heard phenomenal things about Heart of the Woods. I really should give it another chance. So maybe that'll be the next one I play. But again, if anyone has any recommendations for dating simulator games on Steam, hook me up. I would love to check them out, because all the games I want to play are just demos right now. Which, nothing wrong with the demo. I play the demos, but they're too short. We're going to help him with the dishes. Hayes, my baby. I just want to give Hayes a hug and love him and help him. Oh my gosh. Oh, more water. Make sure to hydrate. Ah! Oh my gosh. Let me wait for people to come back before I continue. Welcome back. I missed you. not much has happened in game. Avery, our character, going home. Look at those pink eyes. I love pink. My favorite color. And then after that, it's immediately like purple, blue, green. I like cool tone colors minus the pink. Pink's the only warm tone color I like. Anyway, off topic. We got a black cat that we are pretty sure is Graves. And it's never explicitly stated, but like, it's Graves. In my heart of hearts, it's Graves. Something just hit my back. That would be me. If I feel anything on my face back, I start freaking out. I'll try to be casual about it at first because I don't want to, like, in public, like, give people a weird impression about me. But I'm just like, I feel something. I must try and casually wipe, move, touch as I hit my headset. Damn it, Graves. I so cannot wait for his romance route because I am so curious to what it is. I don't think you guys have seen Graves because he only pops in and out. So the black cat trots off somewhere. Is it just me or did that just sound like someone saying the word meow? Worse than that, it sounded kind of smug. Graves. I also love it. How much Avery doesn't really trust him or like him. It's just even funnier. But I just want to pop by and say hi before I went to sleep. Oh, I know. Freaking sending me send me something at like I think 1 in the morning or whatever. Goddamn Vex. When do you sleep? Not me. I was out last night. I went to bed at 9. I'm a grandma. I actually wanted to go to bed earlier, but I was hanging out on voice chat with some friends, and so it was a matter of, do I want to sleep more or hang out with people more? And people won, but only for a little bit. And then at 9 o'clock, I was like, I'm sorry guys, I'm out. I'm dropping. Seriously, though. I kind of wish I had that energy, though, to, like, not ever need sleep, but, I'm a tired girl. I'm always tired, like, quite literally. I take vitamin D and vitamin B to give me more energy, and it does nothing. I'm just always tired. Whenever people ask me, are you a morning or evening person? I'm like, neither. I just get up early because I have more opportunities to do things during the day, you know, like stores and stuff. I have more time in the day to do things. Now I have guests coming over today for a game night. I was cleaning, then I started Palia and lost track of time. Oh, well, I hope you have a fun game night. Palia can be addicting, though it just sets off my VID a little too much, so I just stick with Stardew Valley or Sunhaven. But, are you romancing anyone? See? Always got love in the brain. Are you romancing anyone in Palia, Vex? Also, how's Baldur's Gate going? You haven't given me any updates on it. No, I should also replay, not a new game, but A Date with Death. I bought the DLC after I played the game, because the game itself is free, but the DLCs are not. Never played the DLC, so I should replay it with the DLC, and they're coming out with another one, too. Yeah, I'm like 4 hours into Palia, and I'm not started rotating. Oh, okay, I didn't realize you just started. Well, I hope you like it, and have fun. Makes sense, you gotta reach a certain level of friendship before you start romancing. Yeah. Makes total sense. Which I do kind of like. BG3, I just started a new campaign with Jacob, so I haven't made any progress on my own save lately. That's valid. I have... Hold on. Hold on. Recounting, because I keep, like, ADHDing. I'm trying to count my own personal ones and then count the ones I'm with and shared people, but then I keep going to the shared ones, and I can't do that because then I miscount. Alright, so we had... My first was Tiefling Bard. Then we had Elf... No. Tiefling Druid. Elf Bard, Karlach Origin, Dirge, another Tiefling, but Wizard. So I have 5 personal playthroughs, Baldur's Gate. And none of the shared campaigns have ever been finished, which is sad. But yeah, I've had 5 playthroughs of Baldur's Gate 3. And I have Baldur's Gate 3 on both my PC and on my Xbox. So the hours are split up. So if you look at my Steam and be like, how does she have 5 playthroughs? And like 5 personal playthroughs and 3 shared playthroughs with only 300 hours. And I'm like, that's just because it's my Xbox. I got that deluxe edition for Xbox. So I was like, yeah, we're gonna split up the hours. But it's a good game. The fact that it's only been out like almost a year. It's not even what it came out. Did it come out July or August last year? Either way, practically a year out only. It feels like this game has been out for like years. Like 2023 and 2024 have felt like 5 years in the span of 2 years for me. So the fact that the game's like barely a year old and I have that many hours, crazy. I only have my personal Tiefling Warlock and shared Wood Elf Barbarian. Ooh, Wood Elf Barbarian, that sounds fun. You'll have to show me what they look like. What is Jacob playing as? I'm always curious. I love people learning about people's tabs. I just love Baldur's Gate 3 entirely so much. It's like one of the few games I ever replay. The only games I've ever replayed are Stardew, Baldur's Gate 3. I've replayed Dragon Age. But then, like, that's about it. I don't count romance visual novel games as replaying them when you're doing different routes. I treat it kind of as a new game, in a way. So I don't really count those. But, like, non-dating sim games, those are, like, the only 3. He's a Drow Oathbreaker Paladin. Ooh. Interesting. I love Oathbreaker Paladin class. I think it's so much fun. I think my favorite class to play so far has been Bard, and then I do Bard in my actual D&D campaign because I just think it's so fun. I can't sing or play an instrument in real life. I have no musical talent of any kind. I was in band once in middle school, and I played the clarinet. That didn't last long. I wasn't that good at it either. But I had a friend tell me the other day that she thinks I would be really good at the violin, and I took that as the highest compliment that anyone has ever given me, because the violin is, I'm sure y'all know, is really hard to learn. So when she told me, she's like, I think you'd be really good at the violin. That's the only instrument I can ever imagine you playing. I'm like, damn. What the highest of highest compliments to me. But yeah, no, I like the Bard. I just think it's so much fun. But I'd say Oathbreaker Paladin would be my second favorite kind of like class. Let's see. We're gonna obviously go to work because we're gonna hang out. So finally we get a free day. We're gonna probably hopefully get some alone time with Reese at this point. I will say I don't give you a lot of alone time with the character in the romance, but once you actually start kind of like dating them, then you get a lot of alone time, which is nice. Like, I love my coworkers, but we need alone time with our romanceable character. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited. I can feel myself internally vibrating because I'm like, ah, yes, new story. Oh my god, this game is just so fun. He was originally Oath of Vengeance. He accidentally broke his oath right at the beginning when he nuked the 2 people who had Lizelle in a cage when you first find her before talking to them. Oh my god, that's so funny. So how I broke my Oath of Vengeance once was kind of similar, but it was like in the middle of the game. Because I was like, I can easily. I've played successfully the Oath of Vengeance, you know, Paladin, and because I multi-classed my Bard. I was like, that makes no sense. I literally did not say Paladin, but my Bard playthrough was multi-classing Bard and Oath of Vengeance Paladin. So now he's learning their consequences of actions. I love that. But I was doing Karlach Origin, and I decided to do full-on Oath of Vengeance Paladin, and you know, in Act 2, where there's like these like petrified people, kill them while they're petrified because I learned you get XP from it, and then I immediately learned that there was a consequence to that. I was just like, they're technically kind of dead though, right? I mean, I didn't have a potion to unpetrify them. So yeah, I broke my oath that way. Kind of sadistic in a way of me, but at that point, that's like what, my third, fourth playthrough. Hayes, look at Hayes as a Siamese cat. Isn't he cute? I would see mainly why I would want to turn into a cat. Get to cuddle with other cats. You're not in Act 2 yet. Okay, well, you'll eventually, potentially, I actually missed these people my first 2 playthroughs. I did not know existed. I still learn stuff every single playthrough, and I have so many hours in this game. But Jiggle already broke his oath, so it's not going to affect you either way of whatever you do with these people. But I won't say anything more. I won't spoil anything more. Hayes is just, he makes me want to give him a hug. Like, look at his cat face. He's so anxious, my poor anxious baby. I know. What? Hayes always also thinks I'm going to make fun of him, and I never will. I would die for Hayes. I'm going to say this right now. If Hayes was real, I would lay down my life for him. He is way too precious of a person. Like, come on. Oh. Ooh, best friend, get it? Hi, Christy Critter. I know, poor guy, isn't he cute? We're not romancing him though this time, but he's gonna be second to last. But were they in the Underdark? I've run into some petrified people and a specter, or at least that's what I think it's called, basically a mini beholder. Yes, the people I'm talking about are in Act 2. In the Underdark, sorry. ADHD, I'm tired. But I'm kind of glad we're saving Hayes kind of for last. I mean, Graves will be the ultimate last playthrough, but like, I'm kind of glad we're saving Hayes like for last because I just love him so much. But I will stream it. I will be streaming every single romance playthrough. Though Reese is going to be a little disjointed because I will finish Reese off the screen. But Mason will be next Sunday, and then the Sunday after that will be Hayes, and then we'll have Graves. Oh my god. Morgai, if you do play, please reach out to me and talk to me about it, because I'm the only person I know that plays this game. And I would love to hear your opinion and hear your excitement. Yes, Vex, please, get some rest. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you have a great game night. Take care of yourself. And until next time. But yeah, no, Morgai, like, I hope you love this game. I hope I steered you right. But, no, it's such a good game. I did not expect to love it as much as I did, or do. I'm speaking in past tense as if I'm over this game already. I'm not. I'll be playing this game for so long. I even want to replay some routes, honestly, so... Hello. Hi, Finley. I have not turned into a cat yet, Finley, please. I do love that we get a lot of different facial expressions, too, from these characters. Alright. Reese. Hello, sir. Bitch. See, Reese makes me want to fight him. This wouldn't be the first time Avery's slow in the uptake. Oh my god, he gets my blood boiling. I need Graves. I need Graves. I need Graves. I mean, Reese, you're cute, but oh my god, he makes me... I'm gonna chill. Move on. We're just standing there waiting for a chance to say something like that. Like, see, even like, ugh, the vibes, man. But maybe he's sweet once we date him. Maybe he's like, maybe he's the salty sweet. He's like a chocolate covered pretzel. We'll see. We'll find out. I hope the type of cat I'd become is still a person. The fact that Avery's just so not into being a cat despite being a cat owner is a little sad. I would wish our MC would want to be a cat too. Reese rolls his eyes and flops down on the long row of seats out to the side of the cafe. He settles in with a spiral-bound sketchbook. Also, the fact that Graves lets us into an apartment is still a bit weird, but okay. I bet he sleeps in that fancy coffin. I would imagine that Graves sleeps in a coffin. He wouldn't be him if he didn't. Bye, Landry. I suppose if you must. Come on, Reese. I should help one of them. I don't know what I could help Reese with, but we're gonna go see what Reese is doing. That looks like a sketchbook. How very astute of us, Avery. I've never seen Reese draw before. Come to think of it, I haven't seen him do anything for entertainment before. It's low-key a little rude, but okay. I wonder if he's good? Also a little rude. Only one way to find out. I need this as an emote, to be honest. Right here. What you got there? Yo, don't startle me like that. Oh my god. Well, since you asked nicely, I suppose I can show you. I know, right? Oh my god, I just love the facial expressions so much. Prepare yourself for greatness. I'm ready, Reese. I better see Picasso shit. I want to see. He holds up the sketchbook as if he's presenting the new king. I can just imagine just being like, cool book. Look at the sketches, idiot. Oh my god. Oh, cute. What are these fashion sketches? Are you a designer? Not yet. Someday I'll have a label bigger than my dad's. I did not know his dad was into fashion. I know. Well, that would make sense now since Reese's dad went to college with Graves. So that would make sense. Oh my gosh. If you play your cards right, I might give you early access to my first collection. I'm trying to make conversation. He's like, if you want to be so simple about it. God damn, Reese. For all that, I'd like to design a new uniform for this cafe before Graves gets it in his head to try again. So that's what you meant by early access to your first collection, huh? You'll thank me for it once they're done. Oh my gosh. There's a lot you don't know about me. Oh my god, Reese. Please. Ooh, you're so full of mysterious mysteries. Will you share your dark and tortured past with me someday too? Oh, quit it. Look at that blush. Oh my god, he has such a cute blush face. Reese is adorable. Even though he gets my blood boiling some days. I'm very curious to see what Reese would design for Avery. Hello, Hyperfroge. How are you? How are you doing? Have you played Hustle Cat before? I do not know anyone else that has played, and I am dying to talk about this game with other people. Though I think I got Morgaya into it. I'm hoping they like it and that they'll talk to me about it later. And if you have played this game before, who've you romanced? Who's your favorite? I want to know. I want to know it all. I'm okay. I've been resting today. Haven't fully played through it, but I'm hoping to get back into it soon. Well, I'm hoping you're getting good rest, and that you get whatever spoons you need back. And yes, definitely get back into it, and then talk to me. Be my friend. Oh my gosh, no, it's so good. This is my third playthrough of the game currently. I am going in order of the cinematic trailer, so I started with Finley, and then I did Landry, and now I'm doing Reese, and then Mason will be next. And I'm working to get to Graves, because you have to play all the routes before you can unlock Graves. Oh my god. I know Avery's like, art, it's gonna be awful. He flips the sketchbook over. I can tell he's impressed by how speechless he is. Honestly though, that's better than what I would draw. I cannot draw. I want to learn to draw. I've thought about taking art classes, like, because I would really like to learn to draw. But classes are expensive, and YouTube is not enough to keep my attention. Maybe one day, though. Maybe one day I'll learn. I somehow actually expected you to draw a fashion sketch. Silly me. What? It's a cat! I'm really good at drawing cats. I thought it was a pig. You know what? Fair. Fair. Well, I'm sorry you aren't sophisticated enough to get it. He's still blushing though. There's nothing to get about a cat drawing. Your audacity the MC has is just astounding. If you like, I can give you some lessons. I don't want you touching my sketchbook again. That's fair. That's very valid. Oh my gosh. The fact that, is he blushing because I called him a nerd? God damn, Reese. Wait, is this Graves finally? Haha! Now you guys get to see Graves! Finally! This is who we get to romance at the end. And I'm not I mean, look, love a good goth dude, but like, or goth lady. But I'm just so curious about the lore. I want to romance him mainly just for the understanding. I want a full-rounded understanding of this game. And that's why I'm desperate to like get to him, because there's so many unanswered questions despite being on my third playthrough. I'm just like, come on. I need to know so many things, and I'm hoping romancing you will answer these questions. Oh my gosh. But we'll see. We still got so many other hours to get through. So many other playthroughs. Well, not so many. Like, with Reese being dead, we'll be halfway through the game. So it will eventually come to an end, which I'm so sad. So much sad. So much sadness. See, oh my god, I'm tired, guys. I'm 100% going to get a caffeinated beverage after stream. Because I think Asha would appreciate me being more coherent when I'm in their stream. But yeah, so this is Graves. He's interesting. So far, I think my favorite romance has been Finley, I mean, I really like Landry's, but I think Finley has been my favorite so far. I'm hoping, not hoping, I don't necessarily want someone to top my romance with her, but I'm hoping to get someone also equally as ecstatic about, I guess, if that makes sense. Um, but we'll see. We shall see. I'm very curious to see how the confession will go with Reese. It's always been hella awkward. They always made, so far they've made every confession in the route be super awkward. So I want to see how much of a disaster it'll be with Reese. I can just imagine it. Him yelling at me because I'm dumb, because he was hoping for something. I was trying to remember the name, so I looked it up. Hayes is the one I was romancing. Oh, cute. I haven't romanced Hayes yet. I want to so badly. He's like my number one interest, not number one favorite, because again I haven't romanced him. But oh my gosh, I cannot wait. Isn't he precious? I just want to give him hugs and cuddles, and I want to hold his hand, and I want to tell him it's gonna be okay, and I want to fight the world for him. I literally was like, before you, really almost like right before you hopped in, I was like, I would lay down my life for Hayes. He's way too precious to just, I can't even, he's just way too precious. And then just heads up, quick warning, add in 45 seconds. But yeah, no, Hayes is way too precious. But so far, I just really like all the characters, even as side characters. I just have little to no complaints about this game. I think my main complaint has been sometimes with the text when you're clicking through it, it doesn't just go to a whole new like line like this did. Like when I clicked, a whole new line appeared. Sometimes it'll add a line to the end of the first line, and it just gets confusing for me because I'll just reread all the lines. But it was super lovely to meet you, Morgaya. Have a great rest of your day. Please rest. I hope to talk to you again soon. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you. Oh my gosh. Oh no. New uniform. Somehow both plaid and check flannel. I have an imagination. I don't want to imagine this. I didn't know you could make a suit out of that type of material. There's a sort of appalled silence from everybody. Reese looks personally offended. Mason just straight up leaves. No appreciation for your new uniforms. And to think I hadn't made it your size, Avery. Try it on, Avery. Finley, Finley's face. No frickin' way. She's still shouting down from the balcony. I can't blame her. I wouldn't want to get any closer to that suit either. I'd rather wear a potato sack. And I went through such trouble to have it made. Check with us next time before you waste your time. It's easier to beg forgiveness than ask for permission, as they say. Christy Critter, that's so you. See, you knew we wouldn't agree to it. Well, I'll leave this here in case you all come to reason. Take some time to admire it. I'll be off for one last errand, but trust when I return, you'll all be treated to a wonderful meal. Until then, farewell. With that, he disappears into the kitchen. I'm going to follow him, just to see what happens when he leaves. I get to the kitchen in time to see him slip through the back door. I'm sure I'm going to see that black cat. I just know it. I pick out the door as he leaves. He goes further and further away from the cafe, but I don't see him change, not even when he gets past the point where I know he's off cafe grounds. I guess the others already assumed he wasn't affected by the curse, but why? Does this prove he's the culprit? How else would he escape whatever it was that got everyone else? Although, to be fair, I can't use that as proof. After all, I also escaped the curse, and I sure as heck didn't cause it. It seems like a good time as any to see if I can find out more about what's going on. I peek back into the main cafe. Looks like everybody's back to whatever they were doing before. Newly arrived Mason has kicked up her feet on the couch and seems to already be dozing off. Welcome back, goers. As always, I missed you. please tell me what ads you saw. I am always curious because sometimes I feel like Twitch calls me out, and I know it's targeted ads. I know someone sold my data to someone, but sometimes they get a little too targeted. I one time somehow ended up on Horse Girl TikTok, mostly because of the girls. I didn't really care about the horses, but there was these beautiful women riding horses, and the gay in me was like, yeah, I'll like this video. But then Twitch was like, you're a horse girl? How about we show you these ads of all these riding crops? And I'm just like, though arguably, that could also have been targeted from my book talk videos. Because yes, I'm on that side of book talk. So, I'm just going to the innocent route, though, and assuming it was because of the horse girl videos, because it was around right that time. Yes. But yeah, no, super curious to know what ads you saw. But, yeah, no, I, not always into the ads. They're a little too much for me. Alright, we're gonna go sneak into the basement. Well, not sneak. It's our storeroom, too, so people would, you know, assume I'm going down there for something. But we should also get some more alone time with Reese. I honestly still don't know how I was able to romance Finley my first playthrough, because I look at the guides after the fact, and I'm like, dang, I missed all of these choices. Now, if I were a witch, where would I hide my witchery and witching accessories? Huh, I don't know. There's like a skeleton, there's what seems to be an amethyst cluster, we got all these skeletons everywhere, I think, and bookcase. Look at these potions. I don't think there's much to hide here. But man, imagine using coffee in spells. Actually, that would work. I don't know what to use coffee for though. I don't really work with coffee. Avery, what are you doing? Hi, Reese. Oh, Reese, looking around. Why? You shouldn't be snooping. There is sensitive material down here. It's a storeroom. What, like those Halloween decorations? Are all those witch decals supposed to be a secret? Like, it's a secret that Graveslow's Halloween. That's not what I mean. I'm not looking for, like, the accounting books or something, if that's what you're thinking. Those aren't down here. Does Reese know something about this whole magic business? He sure is acting suspicious. You're acting like you know something about this place. Of course I do. I'm the assistant manager. Oh, sorry. I called him like a manager earlier. Assistant manager. That's not what I mean, and you know it. Are you going to try and make me spill my secrets? Yes. I'll never tell. Please. You're just messing with me. There's nothing down here, is there? There may be. There may be not. What was I thinking? He doesn't know anything. He's just being a brat like usual. Like calls to like. But you don't mind if I keep looking around. I certainly do mind. I'm watching you. You can watch me looking through this pile of dusty old books then. I'd rather you didn't. He seems a bit nervous. Maybe he does know something about magic after all. Maybe I'm onto something witchy. Well, now I definitely have to look. It sounds like this trail's getting hot. No, there's nothing in there. Oh, the blush is back. Cat book, cat book, cat book. What's in this one? There's a book in here that's covered with brown paper. Very suspicious. Throwback to when I used to cover my, school textbooks with paper. Because those book covers were expensive for no reason. So we paper bagged it. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so sorry if I mispronounced your name. I think you told me last stream, and I'm so sorry I don't remember. It was like Tai Y, right? I'm so sorry. But I'm glad you're here. I appreciate you. Please correct me again. I'm so sorry. I'm so bad at remembering names, but I visually remember your user. I remember you. I just don't remember to say your name. I feel so bad, but I'm glad you're here. Tai-yi. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. But I'm glad you're here. Oh my god, I can't believe it's the last day of the Spoon Platoon. I know we have so many other great streamers today. I will be lurking in a majority of them. But, man. A little sad, though, that this event is ending. Met so many cool people. But, you know, that just gives me more time to work on the friendships that I've been making. So, you know what? Crack the book open so it's getting the best while holding it out of his reach. Good. I'm glad you're having a good time as well. It's I don't know for anyone else, but this is my first raid train, so definitely was an interesting experience. I mean, I had an idea. Like, I participated as a viewer in some raid trains that like a few of my favorite streamers were in, but I never participated, you know, as a streamer. I mean, I am a new streamer. I've only started streaming January of this year. So I'm only, what, 6 months in? So, but, like, it's been fun. I definitely would like to participate in more raid trains in the future, because I just think it brings good sense of community. Especially shared, like, disabilities and such. It's kind of nice talking to people like that, because sometimes I forget, you know, that I am disabled. Not in a bad way, but, like, I always view myself as, oh, well, yes, I have ADHD and depression and PTSD and my long list of, like, stuff, but I'm like, but people have it worse than me, so I don't tend to treat myself as I should. So meeting other, like, streamers and people that, like, share, you know, experiences, it's like, yeah, no, I gotta, like, take better care of myself. And it's just been nice to just meet similar people. Oh my god, Reese is so cute. It was my second one. Quartzy, Caber, and a number of others were a part of the Ace and Arrow train I was in, and it gave them the one inspiration for this one. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, that's what I was watching, the Ace and Arrow train, because I'm Gray Ace, Biromantic Gray Ace, so I actually watched that raid train as a viewer, because I found out about raid. That's what taught me about raid trains in general. I didn't know about raid trains were a thing until that one, and then I was like, oh, I'm so sorry I missed it. I would have been perfect fit for that, but next year. But yeah, no, that's kind of cool that that's what inspired them. So yeah, hopefully they do Spoon Platoon next year as well, because I personally think it was a success. It was fun being a part of it. Is fun. We're still in it. I still have 20 more minutes with you guys, and then we're gonna send you to Ashigad. Me too, the Ace and Air Train was what taught me about raid trains. Yeah! See, I like that this was like a bunch of firsts for everyone. And I'm glad I got to help on the back end too. Like, I got to help out with, like, the scheduling a bit as well. I just like being helpful. It's my thing. But, yeah, no, this was such great. Have you ever read The Dragon Pirate? Oh my god. It's about a pirate who's secretly a dragon and also a princess. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the follow, Hyperfroge. I appreciate you. Oh my gosh. You're so nice. It's about a pirate who's secretly a dragon, also a princess. She's in like 3 different love triangles. It's real steamy. The fact that I get to talk about spicy romances with Reese. Oh my god. Speaking of which, I'm a huge spicy romance fan. I'm actually reading this, like, Twisted fairy tale series. So I'm on Twisted by Emily McIntyre. Highly recommend them. It's, like, fairy tale villains, but there's no redemption. It's just villains falling in love with each other and just being horrible people together, and I am obsessed. Highly recommend it if you're looking for a recommendation. But, oh my god, the fact that I could talk about spicy romance with Reese. Amazing. Top tier. I'm not making fun of you, Reese, please. Oh my gosh. I'm also always open to book recommendations too, by the way. Never not recommend a book to me. I'll be merciful and forget this transgression. Oh my god, Reese. I beg your mercy, you great strapping warlock. What is this line? What am I doing? Bring that book tomorrow. Reese has pleasantly surprised me, because honestly did not think much about him. Other than being like, yeah, he's a short king. And I like short kings. I'm so excited for Lucanus and Veilguard. When Veilguard eventually comes out. Waiting for a release date. Praying. On my hands and knees. But, I honestly didn't think much of him because he's such a brat. Which should mean I should like him because I'm a brat. But, I was just kind of like dismissive of him. But now I'm like, you know, this is a good romance route. Honestly, they're all great characters. I just want to play with cats. Ugh, me too. I should play with my cats later today. Where are my cats, actually? Oh, there's one passed out there. And then... I can't see the other one, but they're probably passed out somewhere in the living room. They like the sunlight. One of my favorite activities is laying on the couch with Lua on my chest and just, you know, vibing. Why is there garland on my head? Oh my gosh. Just gonna click through a little bit just to try and get through more since we only got a few more minutes. And I want to see, make sure you guys get a little bit more viewing. But then again, it's a good tease for if you hopefully play it or replay it. Because it's just, I love this game. I've said it a million times, I know, I'm so sorry. I just love this game so much. Hi, Camellia. Thank you for lurking. I'm glad you're here. How are you? How's your morning? How was your day yesterday? I never got any more text updates. But you don't have to give me a full deets. I'm just hoping you've been good and that you had fun yesterday. I ended up on an impromptu shopping trip to help a friend pick out outfits for a work trip. And then, of course, I bought a book, which I bought. I haven't read it yet, but I bought this book. I've heard good things. I brought it up to the cash register, and the cashier was like, oh, yes. Good choice. Fine choice. And I was like, you know when the cashier's like, good job? It's, you know it's going to be a good book. So I have no doubt. I am super excited for this. Bride by Ali Hazelwood. I'm good. I know it was a lot of fun. Third surprise was mini golf and ice cream. Oh, cute! I'm glad you had fun. But yeah, so I'm definitely gonna have to. I'll read this after Twisted, and I'm hoping it's good. And then I gotta give it to my friend Christy Critter because they want to read it after me. But yeah, I love going to a bookstore, bringing up books, and they're like, yeah. And I'm just like, yes, I did good. Honestly, any approval from a cashier is pretty great. Been hearing a lot about Bride lately. Let me know if you like it. Definitely will. Definitely will. It has not come up in my book talk or anything, but apparently it's been on book talk around circles. So for some reason, even though I like werewolf and vampire romances, for some reason it wasn't on my feed. But we're fixing that. We're gonna just go ahead and enjoy it. I'm also just proud of myself that I was in Barnes & Noble and I only got one book. I am so proud of myself. Like, I did really good. Because normally I'll walk out and I'll spend like $100 at the bookstore. Exactly. Thank you, Camellia. Thank you for recognizing my true accomplishment. And then heads up, guys, in about 15 minutes, we are going to raid into Ashigad. They are a Pokemon streamer, mostly shiny hunting. I don't know actually what they're hunting right now. But I mean, we'll find out eventually when we raid into them. But no, they're super chill. I like Asha. I've lurked in a few of their streams, and they're a fun person. I've chatted with them too, so I think it's gonna be great to raid into them. It'll still be kind of cozy, but different. No romance. Get a break from all my gushing. But if you do like my gushing, please come back. I do. I lately have been doing romance every Sunday, and then my shooting, my pew-pews on Tuesdays and Thursdays. But actually, real quick, because I'm always with my ADHD, I'm worried I forget. So I have what is this? My commands, my list of commands. So first, let me go through these real quick because I'm worried I'll forget as it gets closer to raid. So first, I want to do shout out to Cosmic Quartz for conducting the raid train. So there's their Twitch link. Please drop a follow. Go check them out if you haven't seen them. They're really cool. Really nice person. So please, shout out to them. Also, here's a shout out to all, let's just start at 1. Hold on, let me look. I thought I only had a 2-hour time slot. Let me look, hold on. Let me look at my thingy. Jump down to me. Oh! That must have... I feel like that did change. I'm still streaming. Oh my gosh, thank you for shouting out, pointing that out to me. That's weird. Okay. 6 to 7 to 8. Oh, so you'll get to see the full romance route then. Because that's going to be that's like 4 hours. Never mind, thank you for showing that to me. I mean, still. Interesting. I originally was not doing 4-hour slot. That's okay though. I'm okay with that. Thank you for pointing that out to me. I typically stream 4 hours. I appreciate you guys. Oh my gosh, I almost ruined this train. That's even better. Okay, cool. But still, let me still do these shoutouts anyway. So, train art. Train out to all these artists that put together stuff for the Spoon Platoon Raid train. So, like Busby, Petito Nico, Fangphobia, Kristen X Rose. So, shout out to those. Let's continue then. Oh my gosh, we'll get to finish this on stream then. That's so exciting. If I, actually click through it. You know what I also haven't done in a while? Save. I've had this game crash on me before, so I now save every once in a while. Anyway, I appreciate you guys. That's on me for not checking the updated schedule. They had a song that was called something like Rose Baptism. Great, guys. Graves was part of a band in college. And apparently some of the parts of the song were sung in French. Oh, come on, Graves. Don't be shy. No shyness. No, this is traitorous. My own pupil betrays me. Ahem, goes Reese. Trapped with my own mind. Something in French. My will dissolves to blood. The soul's red rind. Life is but a march toward death. Right, Graves? Graves isn't listening to us anymore. He's pacing around and mumbling in agony. Oh my god. I love this face so much. I really need it as an emote. I'll have to commission an emote, with maybe my PFP, but with this face. I think that'd be so funny. How do you know all this, Reese? Graves and my dad went to college together. He went to their shows. He met your mother at one of them, if I recall. You have me to thank for your very existence, my boy. Ugh. Graves, please. Ugh. Yeah, don't put it like that. I just want to learn more about Graves. Graves is a lot more charming than I thought. They literally put that little dip in there being like, yeah, Avery hates him now, but will like him eventually. He knows how to work a crowd at least. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to think how much more... So after this should be, we're actually going to start, like, not that we didn't start romancing, but we're actually going to start getting, they're going to dial up the romance after this. It's always after, like, the first, like, no work day hangout is when we start getting more. But, so excited. But what else is anyone playing? Like, what other games are you guys playing right now? What's got you in a chokehold that you can't let go of at the moment? Because I'm always looking to see what other people are addicted to and see if I can get addicted to it too. I'm always looking for new games. So, got nothing. This is not a horror thing, by the way. It's just we just got a little spookiness going on. Can't shake this creeping feeling clawing up my spine. This is a quiet neighborhood. I've never felt this. Something feels different, off, eerie. I haven't been getting much sleep lately. I could be imagining it. I don't know. All I know is I want to be home. I hate this guy. Hate him. There's one other person on the street. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere. What is he doing? This is a weird place to loiter. Loiter. I like that word. Is he lost? I should offer him directions as I get closer. That's such a dumb move. I'm like, Avery, please. I chose she, her pronouns for this game. I'm she, they. But I typically default to she, her in games when I don't get to choose a she, they option. But, like, girly pop, you don't go to a weird person in an alley. Creepy. You don't go into a weird person alley and to offer be nice. I'm sorry. It's just not in this day and age. He whips his head up and stares me down with an intense gravity, threatening to root me in place and allow the chill in my spine to sink in its claws. I sever eye contact and hurry on my way. Never mind, I shouldn't talk to him at all. Maybe I should have crossed the street to avoid this because I seem to have his attention now. Out of the corner of my eye, when I pass, I see his head move to follow me. I walk faster. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating, making things up, but I'm not about to stay and find out what his deal is. Please don't. I feel like he's still watching me, but I'm not going to look back to find out. I walk even faster. Yikes. Maybe I'm making a mountain out of a molehill here. Molehill here. But that was creepy. I'm planning on making a video of, because I stumble over my words all the time. Even just normal talking, not just reading, visual novel games. So I've been putting stream markers whenever I fumble, and I just want to make a little blooper reel of me just messing the heck out of reading, out of talking. Because, I always find it funny when I watch it back in a video, and I'm just like, oh my god. But, Alright, Graves pops in and out of the cafe like a stray cat over the next couple of weeks, never staying for long. I still don't know what he's doing when he's gone. The days come and go as we settle into a routine. Everybody shows up and does their thing. I'm getting better at my job, and I'm getting better at some other stuff too. Hey Mochi, check it out. Mochi opens one eye and thumps his tail once against the side of the couch. I'm almost totally sure he understands me now somehow. Meh. When I talk to him, it's not like I'm talking to a sentient pillow anymore. He actually acknowledges what I say and responds. My cats talk back to me now, and I didn't have to work at a cursed cat cafe. Man, they are really passed out. It's not that weird to talk to your pets anyway, right? I mean, it's not like he's literally talking back to me. That would be weird. I set 2 cola cans next to each other and take a step back. Are you watching? You better be watching. Okay, here we go. Oh! Thank God for SariBot. Appreciate the bot. I will say, since participating in the raid train, I've luckily have not been, like, raid botted or anything, but, like, I've been getting more bots since participating in the raid train. Aw! I did not know you could do that! Thank you for showing me that, Hypo Frosh. Oh my gosh. Cute. I'll have to do that more often myself, because SariBot deserves all the love. But yeah, no, I've definitely been getting more spam since participating in the raid train. Which, I know this is such a backwards thing, but, and I don't want to be obviously raid botted or anything or hate rated or whatnot, but like, sometimes I'm just like, dang, I'm getting more attention. It's not good attention, but I'm getting more attention. It's the toxic part of me. But I know better. That's why I have the bot in place in the first place. Also, I've been clicking through this, so I'm so sorry. But yeah, so our magic is trash magic. I'm not exaggerating. We can manipulate trash of any kind. That is our magic. In this game, everyone kind of has their, like, thing with magic. Ours is trash magic. And you know what? Valid. I feel like that could possibly be my magic in real life if I could do spells like this. I should start getting ready for work. I had a couple days off, but I've still been going in and hang out with everybody almost every day. What can I say? I really like everybody there. Some more than others. Okay, one more. Okay, one especially more than others, but whatever. I'm so excited for the confession scene with Reese. Oh my god. But again, first things first, we'll worry about the cat situation, and then I'll worry about the cute coworker situation. I grab my keys, smush my face into Mochi's to say goodbye. He hates it. And I head on my way. I haven't seen any trace of that creepy guy since I saw him a while back, so I've started trying the other route to and from work when I need a change of scenery. It's not a great change, to be honest. There's still a lot of rusty junk lining the road, and it feels like I see more every time I come down this way. It's so deliberately placed that there's no way it isn't on purpose. There's a stack of old car parts that almost looks like a tower, if you look at it the right way. It's almost artful. Today, though, there's a different addition to the walkway. Graves? He's right there, very much human, standing over the rusty, decrepit bike. He's so lost in thought that I wonder if he even notices I'm here. Graves? What's up? Oh, Avery, I'm so sorry. I'm bad at voices. You will not catch me doing any silly voices. I should learn, though. I think it would make this far more entertaining. I should practice. Just assessing the litter around the cafe. Yeah, it looks like someone's been using this walkway as a trash dump. So they have. Do you think that it's one of the shop owners around here? I know the culprit. The true matter is to properly deal with its disposal. That's not our job. If you know who it is, make them do it. Regretfully, I do not believe we can stop him. He looks so serious. I mean, I can't blame him. This is an eyesore, and it's probably hurting business. What a jerk. Who is it? Nobody you know. Don't worry about it. Well, I guess if he's not going to stop, we should just start cleaning it up. I'll help carry some of it. I roll up my hoodie sleeves and reach out to grab the rusty bike hand. Graves' hand. His fingers coiled tightly around my wrist so quickly I didn't even see him move. Don't touch it. His eyes hold an intense, stern glow as his stare bores into me. For just a moment, I feel that chill claw up my spine again. Oh, okay. Sorry. Forgive me. It's too dangerous to do this without the correct procedure. You haven't learned enough yet. This is a lot more complicated than just picking up trash, huh? Please, don't worry about it. I can't help wondering if this is related to some other weird things I've seen around here, you know? I'd rather you just focus on the cafe and leave this to me. Please don't worry about it. You're so opaque. I seriously don't get you at all. I've been hearing that since before I could speak. I'm used to it by now. I wish you just tell me straight up what's going on. Consider it a management problem. How's the job treating you? You enjoy it here, yes? Well, maybe if I had a boss that told the truth, it'd be easier. No need to be contentious. I'm doing the best I can. I truly am sorry for the mess, Avery. I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. Talk to the rest of the staff about that. Best case scenario, this will be dealt with soon, and we can all forget about it. And if the best case doesn't happen, then we'll have a new bridge to cross. Well, you best head in. Wouldn't want to be late after all. You gonna write me up or something if I am? I don't think I'd need to after Finley got through with you for making her open by herself. Shoot, you're right. Well, later. Till then. There wasn't much time until we opened, so I hurry off to the cafe. Avery, there you are. I was starting to get worried. Sorry. I got sidetracked on the way here. I ran into Graves. I guess talking to the boss counts as work. No, it doesn't. Graves couldn't keep a hold of a topic if it was stapled to his hand. I mean, valid. That is so true. We hurriedly get to work finishing pre-open setup. Though it doesn't really matter because it's a slow morning. Thank God. The first person to come through the door isn't a customer. It's Graves. Fancy meeting you here. You want some coffee? The usual? Not right now, thank you, goes Graves. Please pay me no mind. I'll be in and out today. Maintenance work. Finally. The sink of the kitchen has been backing up something fierce lately. Not the kind of maintenance, my friend. Security improvements. We got some wards going up in this cafe. He blows through the building and disappears through the back door as quickly as he arrived. Reese watches him go and takes a few wavering steps towards the door before deciding against it. I guess even Reese can't outboss the boss. Security improvements, huh? What the heck is that supposed to mean? That was weird. Well, back to work, huh? Yeah. It's hard to focus on work when I see Graves pacing back and forth in front of the big glass storefront. Luckily, it's a slow day, so I can excuse myself every so often to peek in on him. I think I just saw him bury something under a loose tile. And what's funny is, like, I feel like, and I could just be my ADHD, but sometimes I feel like every time I do this and we get to the scene, I see him, notice him doing something else, something different. He's doing a ward in a different place. But probably my ADHD though. I like that's one perk of having ADHD is like I forget some things, so that makes like these romance guides, like romance games, like fully replayable for the fact that like I don't remember half the shit that happens. Alright, let me go ahead and save again. I know just who to start with, but it looks like he's on his way out. Where? It's the middle of the workday. Hi, Asha. How are you? How are you doing? I'm just, you know, trying to fall in love. You know, the works. So, we think it's going well. Hey, Reese. Hey, Reese, shouldn't you be working? There's, like, nobody here. You want to fall in love? Oh, my God. See, so that's what... So, I can't necessarily help with IRL falling in love, because I'm also bad at that, but... I want any good dating recommendations, dating sim recommendations, I got you. I got you. It's all I do in my spare time. I'm actually playing 3 games at once. I got Collar X Malice on my Switch, Hustle Cat on my PC, and Love It Deep Space on my phone. Which I still gotta do my dailies for that. Alright, stop and try to act like a boss for a second. I have to talk to you. This is who we're romancing, by the way. We're romancing the short king called Reese. Can't wait. I'm about to go discuss something with Graves. Do you know what he's doing? Of course. No, I mean, like, do you know what he's really doing? I'm not sure I follow. His security arrangements don't involve any traditional anti-theft system. I think I know what's going on. I feel like he's staring into my soul somehow. I wish I could tell what he's thinking. So let's talk, but not here. Oh, okay. Come with me to the basement. This was my idea, but he's already claimed it as his. What a brat. Oh my gosh. Is there something down there? No, that's the point. Come on. How about you just ask nicely? What? You're the one who wanted to talk. Gonna blush. Not to a rude dude like you. Say please. Oh my god. I could just leave. I could do my and Chris' human self walking right down the road however I please. Oh, come on. Let's just talk about this and get it over with. He grabs the hood of my jacket and gives me a solid tug as he heads towards the basement stairs. That's a strange way to pronounce please. Maybe now is the time to tease him. He's actually taking this seriously. Alright, alright. That would have been great if I could force him to say please, though. I love doing that with Astarion in Baldur's Gate. Here we are among the rattlesnake skeletons, geodes, stuffed crows, and bags of sugar. This is probably Graves' favorite room in the whole building. Do you think it's news to me that you broke the curse? You did it weeks ago. So how do you do it? Well, no, I just know that you did it. What spells have you been studying? Where did you start learning? Don't tell me you just stumbled into it. Whoa, wait, back up. How did you know I've been studying magic? Witches can recognize other witches, Avery. You aren't very secretive. I saw you practicing an incantation on your break. You're too dense to notice it yourself, but it's obvious. I am not dense. Wait, does that mean you're a witch too? Oh my god. I am not dense! Avery's pretty dense. To answer your question, I am a witch. My father is a witch. Graves is a witch. Now you are too. Nominally. I had no idea. Of course you did. Witches work hard to keep hidden. You'd know that if you'd had a proper teacher. It's baffling how you get as far as you have on your own. Oh my god, words. Most witches... Oh, let me add a stream marker for that. Most witches teach by succession and apprenticeships. So does it mean you're Graves' apprentice? Looks. She finally figured out how her brain works. Rude! Come on. Why are you being such a pain even now? Do you like picking on me or something? Sorry. Yes, okay. I'm his apprentice. Wow, we got an apology from Reese. I did not expect that. Since he and my dad are friends, he offered to teach me. So that's the only reason you came to work here? Of course not. It's just some additional responsibility on top of the job. Though Grace hasn't had time to tutor me lately. Rude. Like in the past few days? Yes. Ever since he became occupied with whatever's occupying him. He hasn't even told his apprentice what's up? That's extra suspicious. Maybe Reese is saying that to throw me off his trail. Avery's just so cynical. You're his apprentice and you can't break the curse? Got him to blush, though. How am I supposed to believe you aren't also responsible for this whole thing? Why would I tell you all this if I was behind it? I don't know. Mind games. I'm not playing mind games. You're being paranoid. I'm not. I'm being cautious. I probably already said too much. Come on, Avery, please. If I'm responsible for the curse, why would it also affect me? Maybe it's to throw me off. I mean, if a newbie like me can break it, why couldn't you? Oof. Oof. Even I know that's not a good line. That was the wrong thing to say. I've seen him irritated plenty of times before, but I think this is the first time I've seen him angry. That's what I've been asking myself. How did you do it? Did you get lucky? I don't understand. I've been doing this since I was a child, and you just waltz in here and do something I can't? That would boil my blood, honestly. What do you have that I don't? Do you think you're better than me? I don't. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing, and it scares me. I'm in over my head, and I have no clue what to do or how to help, or if I even can help anybody. I was going to offer to teach you, but obviously I don't have to. So I guess I'm asking for your help. Oh my gosh. Honestly, it would be super scary. Like, working in a cat cafe where you're cursed to turn into a cat whenever you leave the premises. And while I would love the ability to turn into a cat, I would like to do so at will. And not necessarily be trapped to the confines of this cafe. And then you know nothing about magic, you're hoping you don't hurt anyone or do anything bad, and like, you're finding out that witches exist. It'd be so overwhelming. Like, oh my god. And this is coming from a pagan. I'm a practicing pagan, so like, even I, like, if there was magic like this, I would just be like, this is too much. I want out. Get me off this ride. I almost feel bad for accusing him. I would not survive in the Harry Potter world. I would not survive in any fantasy world as much as I love fantasy. Hence fantasy. Maybe I screwed up and I did it by accident. I don't know. I can't tell. I have no idea if I'm using the right form or whatever. Ugh. I need to fix my headphones. When those wide, untrusting eyes stare at me, I don't know what to say or do. When that familiar smirk cracks through, I feel relief sink on my shoulders. You're right. One wrong move and you could end up with a wildly different spell than intended. Surely this was a fluke. I better come with you to supervise. You need a mentor. I suppose that will have to be me. I guess that's all it took to get him back on track. So I'm the apprentice's apprentice? What are you going to show me first? I want to see what you studied. Take me to where you've been practicing. We'll start there. Ooh, so you get to come back to my apartment? Why, of course. Reese, you can come over to my house. How nice of you to ask politely. Apprentices don't need to be asked. This one does. Fine. May I come over tonight, Avery? Why, yes, you may. We'll order dinner and I can show you my stuff. Excellent. I'll wait out front after work. Perfect. It's a date. Ah! And there his blush. I say it flippantly, but his shoulders jump at the word, you know, the word. He turns away, suddenly very interested in the dusty books stacked in Graves' curio. Yeah, sure, great. See you. Alright, back to work I go. Great. Remember to wipe down the tables and restock the condiments. How romantic. Does his reaction mean what I think it means? Nah, it can't be. I mean, we are cute, Avery. It's fine. I spend the rest of the day idly rearranging napkin holders or throwing jingle balls at Owl to get his attention. It doesn't help much. Reese ducks out from time to time. There he is, inspecting the same wall Graves was messing with earlier. He'll know what's going on with it. The real question is whether or not he tells me. Is he gonna snitch on me? Let him try and stop me. I shouldn't doubt him. He's a brat, but he's not a bad person. There he is, sneaking peeks at me because he thinks I'm not paying attention. I'm on to you, buddy. Oh my god. I love Avery as a character, but god dang it, they frustrate me. Nothing gets past these eagle eyes. Most of the time. Sometimes. That look, though, I can't really read it. Is he suspicious, jealous, or is it something else? I don't know, Avery. What could it possibly be? I shouldn't worry about it right now. One step at a time. Finally, the day winds down. You know how sometimes you see the sun start to set, and then before you know it, it's already dark? It's kind of that, but with Reese suddenly staring at me expectantly. I'm ready if you are. But don't skip on your cleanup because of me. And oh, in Landry's romance route, it was hinted that Reese has a crush on someone, and I want to know who it is, and the fact it wasn't teased in Finley's route. And obviously I'm romancing Reese now. I was kind of hoping to see if maybe he had a crush on someone else and then like I pulled him to my side, but it doesn't seem to be the case. So I'm just like, I wonder if the other routes will show me who he has a crush on. I'm assuming someone in the cafe. But like I swear each little route drops a little piece of lore like that's so like unimportant, but so it like sets me off on a rabbit hole of trying to figure it out. But I would just wonder who he would like. I know it's not Finley because she was teasing him about it, but I just want to know. It could be anyone. What's in the takeout bag? It looks like books, yarn, rocks, pencils, a package of pushpins. What could he possibly need with all of that? You going camping? This is for you. For teaching, of course. Do you use this in your magic? Don't talk about it so openly. You never know when the wrong person is listening. They're for drills. Beginner's practice. Stuff I practiced as a kid. You're still a kid. Avery, come on. We're the same age, you know? Wait, we are? Our birthdays are only 2 weeks apart? Wait, what? I still don't know how old my character is, by the way. How do you know? I never told you my birthday. Confidential employment information. Yeah, confidential for Graves. Are you snooping my files? Of course not. You're being paranoid. Now let's go. I don't know where your place is, so lead the way. I mean, it's understandable. He's the assistant manager. It would make sense that he would know what my birthday was. Not remember it, but he'd have access to it. You'll have to carry this. I obviously can't. You got it. Ooh. Man, this is heavier than I expected. I head out first and cross the cafe perimeter. Reese is right behind me. Come to think of it, I've never actually seen a transformation. I wonder what it looks like. Is it quick? Slow? Is it a fluid morph? Or is it instantaneous? Is there a poof of smoke? One little peek won't hurt. He takes that one last step forward and... Achoo. Ah, crap, he changed the moment I sneezed. I can't believe I missed it. What crappy timing. Did you try to watch me change? Look at the smug look on his cat face. I can't even. Of course not. I just got dust in my nose. You just got dust in your nose. At the exact moment I changed. Allergy season is coming. That's a part of the spell, you know. You'll never be able to watch a witch transform. You always sneeze, and you know how hard it is to keep your eyes open when sneezing. Oh, I wanted to see it. I know how you feel. I do too, but it's never going to happen. Does it feel like anything? Like when you transform? How to explain it? It's like, sort of like putting on a coat that's too small, just for a moment at least. Are you uncomfortable? Not really. It's nice once you settle in. Switching back sucks. You feel crunched like standing up after a long flight. Ooh, I don't like that feeling. I'm glad I don't have to deal with that. Must be nice. Oh, that dripping disdain in his voice makes me feel bad a little. But he perks up quickly enough. His little bobtail twitches and he trots ahead of me. Which way? Let's go. You got it. I would assume you would know where I live, Reese, if you have my confidential employee information. Even though Reese told me to lead, he walks ahead. I have to announce which turns to take so he doesn't run off. Shouldn't he already know my... See? I vibe with this game. Shouldn't he already know my address if he looked at my contact info? Maybe that's too far even for him. We get back to my place without much trouble. He managed to keep ahead of me the whole time. He's a really freaking quick cat. Alright, come on in. You'll have to deal with my cat Mochi. I've never had another cat over, so he might get a bit weird or something. The messy apartment. I open the door and oh no. I forgot what a trash can my apartment is. I brought someone over while it's like this. Oh, I'm not surprised. You're bad at cleaning the cafe too. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I personally try and keep it clean, but my kitchen gets a bit messed around. I don't do a good job cleaning up after cooking. Not a fan. I brought Reese over when it's like this. Maybe I can burn all the clutter away with the heat of my embarrassment. I dive for a trash bag and go into DEFCON 3 cleaning mode. Wow, I think this is the only time Avery's actually cleaned something up. Because with Landry and Finley, Avery didn't clean up the apartment. Interesting. No, it isn't always like this. It's the magic. I had a spell go wrong and boom. Was it a garbage summoning spell? No, jeez. Although I think my magic is garbage based. Look, I'll stuff you in this bag with the other trash. Alright, good. Come settle in while I run this to the trash chute. You're done. Just get your bobtail butt in here. Reese weaves through my legs. I almost trip on him as I charge down the hall with the trash. When I return, he's already made himself at home on the armrest. I wish I had a trash chute. I have to walk to the dumpster for my apartment complex. Did you decorate this apartment yourself? It's my aunt's, okay? I'm just house sitting. And you're doing such a good job taking care of it. I can feel the sarcasm from here. I will seriously grab you by the scruff and drop you out the window. Wow, hostile. Fine. What's for dinner? I've got the cafe right over there. You'll have to fight Mochi for it since there's only one bowl. Good luck! Did you just pour your share of the chow directly into the pizza boxes, or... I'm gonna take your wallet and order 12 pies for myself. Ugh, I'll pay for dinner, but you better not foist any of your garbage pizza on me. We're getting Thai. You need to eat better. Actually, that's the first time one of the romance options have offered to pay. I paid for Finley, which I don't mind. Gotta treat my girl. I paid for Landry. Alright, Reese. See you. Of course, if this is to be a proper date, it's only fair of me to treat... Wait, what? My heart smacks that beat like a kick drum. There's that D word again. You got it, I'll order. I fumbled my phone and tapped her menus a little too forcefully. Good, now show me your stuff. I'm reading way too many dirty romance novels. Because, like, even with the other routes, sometimes I'll read something, I'll be like, I'm not reading this in a clean way. Hence why my channel's 18 plus. You're magic, idiot. Show me what you can do. Oh yeah. Okay, prepare to be amazed. Okay. I fashion a plastic shopping bag into a balloon animal. The dog wilts onto the table. Ta-da! Amazing. Oh, like yours is better. It is, but this isn't about me. This is about you. Try again with better posture. Reese drills me on conjuring posture until the food arrives. Even then, I can't get a break. He makes me read while we eat. Really? I can't sit and enjoy my spring rolls for like 2 minutes? I thought you wanted a witch master, not a snuggle coach. I shouldn't be shocked you're a drill sergeant about magic too. Until you can read it without a cipher, we keep going. You can read this? I could read runes before I could read English. Keep going. Okay. I read aloud for a while so Reese can check my work. He's not saying anything. Maybe I'm doing a good job. But wait, is he sleeping? Is he purring? doing? His ears poke up then fall flat against his head as he turns away. His stump of a tail thumps the cushion. I can't help it. It just happens sometimes. And cats purr for more reasons than happiness. Uh-huh. Sure, Reese. Sure. Well, I'll let you have that. So don't get any weird ideas. Are you unhappy right now? I'm gonna go for a walk. It means I need to take a walk. Oh my god. He leaps off the couch, but I lunge and grab him. Nice catch, Gray. Aw, don't be like that. I'm not gonna make fun. But if you're unhappy, I can take you back to the cafe. Sorry if this is boring or a bother or something. No. No, it's not. Oh. This is so cute. This is nice. Look at this happy cat face. This is the first time we see this. Oh my god, cute. His bobtail thumps against my arm. I just hope he can't hear my heart beating the same way. Yeah, it is. I'm having a good time. And, don't take this the wrong way. His ears flick wildly in agitation. I can't see his face when he turns away like that. Your voice is really, nice when you read. Oh my god, Reese. I'm really liking this romance route. It's relaxing. Is that weird? It's weird. Forget it. Oh no, that's sweet. Thank you. My voice, now that I'm focusing on it, comes out a lot more quietly. He's right that it's a weird thing to say, but weird in a good way. I mean, I hate my voice, so if someone told me they liked my voice reading, I'd be so happy. I didn't expect him to be capable of sweetness. Maybe I'll try to say something sweet right back. Should I read some more? Whatever you want. It doesn't matter to me. You're my drill sergeant. Please, Reese. I loosen my grip and he leaps out of my arms. He smashes his little paws against the cushion and settles back down in his old spot. Well, back to reading. Oh. He fell asleep. Well, never mind then. I'll keep going. It's messy again? God damn. Huh? Ugh, my back is all out of sorts. I guess that's what happens when you sleep all twisted like a stale pretzel. This couch really does draw you in. I hope Reese slept less contorted. Oh, that's Mochi. Where'd he go? Did he leave after I dozed off? Maybe Mochi bullied him away to get his spot back. I bet he did. He's the only thing I know that's more of a brat than Reese. You're so rude, you know. I am nothing of the sort. There's that smug look. Was that from my room? The little bobtail is sticking out of my duffel bag. What? Are you going through my clothes? Yes, you very much are. Going through them? Or rude? Both. What the hell are you doing? I want to see if you own anything besides that ratty hoodie. I mean, he is a fashion dude, which I think is awesome. Looks like you may as well not, from what I'm finding. I grab a pillow from the bed and chuck it at him full force. Unfortunately, he dodges. I should also coach you on fashion and aim. That glimpse of sweetness from last night must have been a dream or hallucination because he's the little snot prince back at it again. Why are you in my room in the first place? Trying to steal my underwear? Ugh, of course not. Your apartment reeks full of pizza, so it was hard to sleep. I came in here to kill time. Crap, does it? I can't tell anymore. It didn't bother you last night when you dozed off. And besides, if you were so bored, you could have done something constructive. Let's study the magic book. I told you, I don't need to. I know it already. Oh yeah? If you're so good, why don't you prove it? I've never even seen you do magic. I don't need petty tricks to prove myself. Besides, we don't have time for this. We'll be late if you keep messing around. I'm not gonna forget it that easily. I don't take tardiness lightly, Avery. You know that. Ugh, alright. Let me and my ratty hoodie get ready. I'd rather you didn't, but if you insist. Man, I just really like this hoodie, okay? It isn't ratty. Ugh, man, if it wasn't summer in Arizona right now, I'd be in a hoodie. I love hoodies. I have way too many hoodies. I smooth out the wrinkles while Reese watches by the door. I actually started, it's funny, this morning it was like a little cold, and I was like, I may go find a blanket, but then I was lazy to get the blanket out of my closet, and then I was like, you know what would be good for also being cold? Pants. I mean, I was wearing shorts. I should have started with that. I was wearing shorts, and I was just a little chilly, and so I did. I put on pants for the first time in a long time, since it's being summer. It'll do, I suppose. Now let's get going. Don't forget my bag. I throw some food emoji before we leave. He meows extra pathetically as we head out. If you're so jealous, get a job. I expect Reese to just run off ahead of me like he did last night. For some reason, he's trailing behind instead. Avery. Yeah, what? This would be faster if you do the walking, so... So what, you want me to carry you? Only because it would be faster, you know. I don't want to get sweaty before work starts. Please, he's the fastest cat out of all of them. Pretty sure cats don't sweat, but alright, come here. I wrap my arms around Reese's waist and scoop him. I could just bear hug him all the way to the cat. Oh, he got away. I guess my shoulders work too. Much better. Now, onward. I'm not a pack animal. Less talking, more walking. I should toss him into the nearest recycling bin. Of course. Actually, my cat Lua hangs out on my shoulders. So she hasn't on stream in a while. She likes, I guess on stream she likes me to baby hold her, but I'll walk around my apartment with her on my shoulder. She's like my pirate Lua. I like to call her my pirate Lou. It's not a bad walk, all considered. He's a tiny cat and he's surprisingly good at balancing, so it's easy to forget he's there. I guess we're a real sight to behold for anyone who passes. Oh, there's a strange sound behind my ear and a rumbling against my shoulder. He's purring. You're doing it again. Doing what? Purring. Ooh, look at that face. I seriously need to, actually before I forget, because ADHD I will, let me snip that so I can go and commission that as an emote, because I'm actually getting close to another emote slot. Open. That way we can do this style for inspiration. Haha, saved. Dope. His feet dig into my shoulders, then before I know it, he's back on the ground. No! You should get your hearing checked. I think they call those auditory hallucinations. It's also vibrations. When cats purr on me, I can literally feel them vibrate. He trusts ahead, but I can see his little stumpy tail waving back and forth in that special agitated way that tells me how embarrassed he is. It's cute. Go ahead, I need to check something first. Reese walks up to the threshold of the cafe, but he's not looking at me. Still in cat form, he trots over to the wall and starts sniffing. He must be really embarrassed, or is he just looking over Graves' handiwork from yesterday? That's probably it, but I kind of wish it was him being bashful. Aw, Avery, please. There's a weird thing to think, right? Even I'm surprised by that. Nah, I'll keep you company after I get some coffee. Yeah, alright. I drop his bag next to him and go in and get a cup of coffee for each of us. I know better than a touch of Hayes' espresso machine when he's not around, so it's just the plain drip coffee. It's been out for a while. Mason says it was here when she got in. Did Graves make coffee and then vanish into the night? Or the morning, I guess? Whatever. I head outside, a mug in each hand. I hope that this plain peasant coffee is good enough for His Highness Royal Pain in the Reese. Oh my god. Oh, he's back in human form, but he's still hunched over the wall. Here you go. It might be a little burny, but I brought you sugar if you want some. What? What? No, I don't drink coffee. Why didn't you say anything? I could have grabbed something else. Oh, I was distracted. That's fine. Gimme. No, I'll get something else. No, you won't. I said I'll drink it. You went through the trouble of getting it. Oh, look at that blush. When he reaches for the coffee, his hand closes around mine for a moment. Oh my god. Okay. That is... just give it. He buries his face in the coffee mug, probably gonna wait for me. I don't know if I'm more distracted by his blushing or by the way his nose is wrinkling at the taste. Look, do you want me to show you some magic or not? I don't have all day. Is that what you're doing? Well, you wanted to see, right? Come on. Of course I do. I've been bugging you for like 2 days. Well, pay attention because I'm only gonna do it once. He reaches into his bag and produces a thick black paint marker. Does he use that as his wizard wand or something? He takes the cap off and presses it to the cafe wall. Whoa, whoa. I thought you of all people would know not to vandalize the place where you work. Just be quiet and watch. You're breaking my concentration. I'm gonna tell Graves. Just give me a minute, please. He turns away and draws on the wall with a slow, wobbly hand. I can't really tell what he's going for, but I should trust a veteran witch. There, now wait a sec while it wakes up. Welcome back, ad-goers. Reese is showing me magic and vandalizing the cafe while we're at it, but we'll see. Looks like, well, there's a head, 4 legs, ear, tail. Okay, I can tell it's an animal, but what kind? It's obviously a cat. A cat, dog, pig? That's a cute bear. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's probably it. Are you seeing things? Bears don't have tails. You work at a cat cafe. I'd imagine by now you'd have an idea of what a cat looks like. I guess there's always room for miracles. So you drew a cat on the building, and that's your magic? I mean, I like it, but I don't get how this isn't just graffiti. Mew. Hey, is there a stray out here? Does one of the cats from the cafe get out? Oh, there it goes. Holds his hand out, breathing beneath the drawing, and it stretches? What? What? Did it just move? Come here. To my disbelief, the doodle peels itself on the wall and steps onto Reese's hand. It sits down in its palm and stares up at me expectantly. What the heck? What the heck? That's so cool. My father's a design witch. Naturally, I take after him. This is his magic. Wow. Did he teach you that? In a way, I picked it up by mimicking him. He doesn't know I can do this. Not yet. That cat... The cat jumps out of his hand. As it touches the ground, the lines dissolve and dissipate. I can't maintain them for very long. Once I can, I'll show my dad what I can do. Did you come here so Grace can teach you how to maintain your drawings? I did, but he hasn't been much help. Anytime I ask, he changes the subject or he makes me study something else. I think he's challenging me, making me earn it. It kind of sounds like he's just flaking out, but I won't rain on Reese's parade with my opinion. What does your dad do with design witch powers? You should know this. You're wearing his shoes. And these are my limited edition Boy Luck high tops. Is your dad Boy Luck? What a name. What a name for a designer. Reminds me of, what's it called? What's that line called that's like just a bunch of polos, but it sounds like a punk group? Like, it's something funny, like, whatever. Psycho Bunny or whatever it's called. I remember seeing that and it was just a bunch of polos. So disappointing based on the name. Yeah, he's the designer. My mother's the CFO. Oh, fancy. And I'm going to knock him right off the runway when I debut. Is that why you're wearing Boy Luck head to toe, like, all the time? If you got it for free, wouldn't you? Somehow, knowing it's your dad makes that go from being stylish to being weird. Avery, please. And to think I was going to give you free swag. But not that weird. Good backtrack right there. That's what I thought. That intel is strictly confidential. Got it? I don't want the rest of the cafe to know. I don't want them to treat me differently. What makes you think I won't treat you differently? You never respected me in the first place. I don't imagine you'd start now. Why is that so honest? Oh my gosh. Hey, that's not true. I like you. I knew that was coming. Oh. You know, as a manager, I think you do a good job. Oh, man, we should have kept it going. Thanks. Let's get back to work, alright? I bet everyone else is wondering where we are. Reese shoves the marker back in his bag, then picks up the whole bundle and goes inside. Man, he's acting weird today. I wonder what he's thinking. He's thinking about you, Avery. And you're just so goddamn dense. Ugh. Well, back to the old grind. It's kind of why I like the dating sim A Date with Death, which I highly recommend. It's free. Not the DLCs, but honestly, just buy the DLCs. They're worth it. Because, like, you can make your character kind of self-aware, like super flirty, and I love it. Because it's just like, oh my god, yes, a self-aware NC, but we still gotta kind of work for it, you know? So, like, love it. But yeah, highly recommend A Date with Death if you like dating, visual novels, and again, it's free, it's on Steam. Highly recommend it. Maybe when I played it and stream it, but maybe I'll play it again on stream. It's so good. Landry and Hayes amble in on their own time. We didn't plan to have breakfast together, but after prep we all end up sharing a coffee break together. Could be a good time to tell them about our magic study, but Reese seems so insistent on not letting them in yet. He's confided so much in me, I didn't expect it. I didn't even think he paid that much attention to me. Girl. Hayes, did you go home last night? I didn't see you around. I did. I want to make sure Grace has been watering my plants. Oh, he does that for you? Hayes nods but doesn't look up from his coffee. I could do it sometime if he ever slacks off. I want to help you guys too. I wouldn't trust Avery to clean up anything up. You should see the state of her apartment. Oh? You've seen Avery's place? I'd be so smug if I was finding out my coworkers were like dating or something. Ugh. That is... Landry takes a sip of coffee, but the way his eyebrows raises is unmistakable. No, it's just... Hi, Cosmic Quartz. How are you? How are you doing? Happy Raid Train Day, last day. Oh my gosh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. We're just trying to fall in love with this short pixelated man right here. I hope you've been well. I hope your day's been going well. Been doing anything interesting? Oh my god, Reese, you're making this sound so much worse. We were just studying, I swear. Thank you, thank you. I've played this game before. I've romanced this character right here, and then I romanced one of the girls, Finley. And now we're on to Reese right here, with that cute little blush going. I think all these characters are cute. I just made brekkie, working on my promo graphic for my slot tonight. Excited to be vibing. I'm excited to join you for your slot, and I'll be lurking in everyone else's today. After my slot, I plan on getting some quick breakfast before hanging out in Asha's stream, and then I have to work out at some point. I've been trying to be good and actually work out. I've not been consistent, but I'm really trying because I have goals, but we'll get there. But yeah, no, I'm super excited for your slot tonight. Landry pushes his arm around Hayes' shoulders and escorts him to the kitchen. Funny enough, Hayes doesn't cringe away like I expected. Oh gee, I need a workout accountability buddy. I know, and I technically have one, but like my workout buddy, so one of my besties actually lives in the same apartment complex I do, but not the same building. And we work out once together every weekend, but then he does his own thing during the week. And that's just because our schedules just don't align during the week for us to work out together. And what I really need is someone to be with me every single time, because like otherwise, and I can't work out in my apartment because I'm on a second floor apartment, and my downstairs neighbor does not like me. I mean, we've never actually spoken, but they have banged on the ceiling a bunch of times because my cats like to jump from high places. Like my cat Kai, he likes to jump on top of the fridge and up top of the kitchen cabinets and then jump straight down. I swear to God, he's gonna break something one day. But so I'm just too nervous to work out at home because I don't want to bother him any more than I already do, because it's an older gentleman. So, but then I don't like going to the gym by myself because people are there and people make me nervous, and it's awkward. And I don't want to pay for a membership because gym memberships are expensive. But my apartment gym's not too bad. It's like small, but it has like all like the staple machines, and they have dumbbells, so it works out pretty well. But I really got to start be consistently going more than once a week. I am consistent once a week, and then every once in a while I'll do like a workout here or there, but I want to like reach a goal of at least doing it 3 times a week, and then hopefully work up to like maybe like 5 times a week, and then just have 2 rest days. But we'll see. We'll find out. I want to gain muscle. My goal here, I know what, I don't care if it's embarrassing. I will tell you guys my goal. My goal is to one day, if I ever get a partner, be able to lift my partner, regardless of their weight. So that's why I want to like get into like really at working out. I want to gain muscle mass, like, so I also got to change my diet a bit, because I do think I have like an okay protein take, but I know I gotta make sure I do better. Consistency is tough, especially with my ADHD, because like even if I set a timer or a calendar reminder, if I'm already in the middle of another activity or something else distracts me, I'm gone. There goes my accountability. Yeah, thank you for believing in me. I appreciate it. maybe with the power of your belief, I'll get to it. But I just feel like that's a good goal to have because it's such a silly goal that it feels attainable. You know what I mean? Because if I'm like, oh, I want to drop X amount of pounds, it would just be too much pressure, and I would be so sad if I didn't reach that goal. But if I have a... Sorry, my cat's distracted me. They're running up and down the apartment like, hey guys, play nice. We're friends here. But I think it's a silly enough goal to keep me motivated, but not be like so serious that if I don't reach it, it won't matter. You know, it won't devastate me. Mood, the newer spicy struggle makes setting new routines hard. It does. It's so bad. Who is this person? This person has not shown up in any of the other routes. I'm not here to exchange idle pleasantries, human. Pardon? Oh? And the music changed too. Yeah, no, routine is really hard for me. I struggle just taking like my medications and shit. But I get it done. On time, not necessarily, but I get it done. There's some goth, I guess, standing in the doorway. A Graves groupie, maybe? Hello, Cletus. And if I'm mispronouncing your user, please let me know. Best thing for creating consistency is set it as a date and hold yourself to it. Just like work holds you accountable if you don't show up on time or at all. That's the mentality. Don't get me wrong, it's still hard. No, you're 100% right. I think it's just like I'm not dedicated enough, probably. It's just my problem is like I find working out so boring, and that's where my ADHD is what really struggles it. Because even if I listen to music or a podcast, which I'm huge on podcasts, it's just sometimes it works. Sometimes it makes it entertaining enough and I can get into the rhythm and I can work out just fine. And other times I can't focus on anything. I don't want to sit there and listen to it. Not sit, but you know what I mean. I don't want to like do leg lifts or whatever, listening to a podcast or some kind of music. I'm just not in the mood for anything. And those are the days that get me. And I know that's because it's not just my ADHD, it's my depression. It's like when those two hit the negatives on the wrong day. But you're right. I just gotta like really like work on the dedication for it. But I do have plans to work out today, so it will happen. Same. I found that playing Dance Dance really helps me with cardio because it's fun. Oh my god, yes. I highly recommend Zumba classes. If they weren't a little pricey, I would still be doing them. I did Zumba when I was younger, like years ago when I still lived with my parents and they added me to their gym membership. I would do Zumba classes and it was so much fun. It motivated me. I always showed up to class. Because my parents never forced me to go to the gym. They were like, we added you can go whenever you want. And so, I would always show up for Zumba because I just found it to be so much fun. But, I'd be too embarrassed if I tried to do my own Zumba in like my apartment gym complex. I make it a game. How much can I lift without hurting myself? I mean, great game. Is there a Y near you? They have a lot of classes and usually more affordable, I think. We do have a Y, but they kind of are priced around the same as like the local gyms here. Unfortunately, the Y is not that much cheaper, which is unfortunate. I would hope they'd be more affordable because I did try to look up a Y, but the local YMCA here is just a little too pricey for me. For like, if I was confident I'd show up more often, I would go, but like, as it is now, I'm just too nervous about wasting the money. But I should try it. But the thing is, also the problem with it is the YMCA membership. So I have to do it in a year. I have to pay an annual for the YMCA. They don't do monthly classes, fees, or anything like that. I have to pay a yearly membership to do the Y here, which is also the problem. If they did it monthly, maybe. Yeah, the Y by me is $60 a month. Yeah, that's so expensive. Hi, Sinister. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, no, I think it was like 300. I mean, it's still cheaper. It was like 300 something for the whole year, whatever, and I just can't afford that straight up, you know? Yeah, if I could do it in monthly payments, I would 100% do the Y, but like I have to pay like $300, $400 at once because they only do it annually, and I just can't do it. Actually, hold on, let me take more sip of water. That was a piss poor sip. You all should hydrate too if you haven't in a while. Yeah, it's too much all at once. So maybe one day. I've been working hard. I have a little bit of credit card debt just because my cat, yeah, I talked earlier on stream, my cat got really sick at one point, and then a few other stuff happened. My car broke down. I've had a really, really bad, like, 12-month stint of bad luck, which I'm in good luck now. I'm past it, but I'm still financially recovering from all the bad luck that happened financially. Once I pay down my debt, though, I think I will, like, actually pay for a gym membership, and, like, pay, like, one that offers classes and stuff, just so I can do that, but I gotta wait till I recover a bit more. Yeah, plus the walking gets me in the mood for it. Oh yeah, I love going on walks. It's too hot here in Arizona, and I don't like the treadmill as much, but once it's cooler, I'm hoping September, once it gets high 80s, I'll start walking again. We've been stuck in the hundreds for like months now, so not right now, but I cannot wait to start walking again. Hoping you continue to recover. I know it's tough for me to get out of those kind of holes for sure. Thank you, Cosmic. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's getting there. I'm doing well. And just hanging on to good vibes. But it's been good. Been looking up. My cat's in remission. She's been doing well. You know, I got a new job that pays more. So it's been slowly getting more positive stuff happening. So I think I can dig myself out. I just gotta be consistent, dedicated, and I've been doing really well. So I'm excited. Looking forward to all the things I can do once I am out of that hole, honestly. I'm making a list of like stuff being like, once I can do this, I'm gonna go do this. I wanna go take a trip somewhere. I was thinking like New Orleans, I've always wanted to go. So I'd like to save up for a trip. But that will be way later, and that's okay. Oh man, some of the hikes in AZ are really great. Some aren't too hard either. They're just hot because you're big. I know. Arizona has such great hikes. I love the trails here. And there's like a walking trail right near my apartment, which is so convenient. Absolutely love it. I can do mild hikes. I want to get into like more... what's the word I'm looking for? I wanted to get into more like difficult hiking, but I need proper gear, which costs money. But I would like to start doing more complicated hikes, you know, and really get into it. This would be nice, but I also need a hiking buddy because I'm just a girl. And lately here in Arizona, there have been some cases of women going missing on trails that were by themselves, so can't catch me by myself walking or hiking anymore. Because yay, life. Oh my god, these guys gonna fight? I've not been paying attention to my game. I've like been slightly skimming, so I'm so sorry if I'm clicking too fast for the people that are just silently reading, trying to pay attention to this romance. A formal challenge? Oh my gosh. we're dueling for a cafe. I love it. Oh, you think mouthy? Thank you. Oh my gosh. Alright. I should start reading this again. If you're near Phoenix, Pessoa Peak is a good gauge. If you're ready for harder hikes, you don't need any gear for it. The trails we'll use, but definitely take it slow. It's a moderate hard hike. Woo, thank you. I am near that area, so I 100% will look it out. Actually, let me write that down. let me write this name down because I will not remember to come back to stream for it later. I appreciate you. Okay. And then I'm slowing in the music a little bit. Okay. Let me... Cool. I visit my sister pretty often, so I do a lot of hiking while I'm there. No, that's awesome. I appreciate the recommendation. And, someone let me know that the music was too loud, so if it's still too loud, let me know. I lowered it a little bit. Or if I made it too quiet. I don't want to make my mic louder, because then it's going to be in the red in OBS. But, thank you for the person that reached out to me privately about that. Oh, Reese, are you going to protect me? And don't be afraid to turn around. If you're tired, it's better to turn around than to get hurt on the trail. Oh yeah, 1000%. I will say I am stubborn. I try to push myself to a limit when I'm walking, because I'm always like, well, I walked 4 miles last week. Can I walk 4.5 this week? But it's too hot here in Arizona, even in like the winter, to not take care of yourself. You gotta be safe and smart out here. Arizona's not for the weak. I will tell you that right now. Hiking wise, I mean. Everyone else is welcome for other activities. But you're totally right, Cletus. Yeah, no. Especially why I'm not hiking right now. Way too hot. I was there in May and still hiking in the 90, 100 heat. LOL. You're a different beast than me. I'm impressed. Good on you. Honestly, I would wilt. And here's the thing, I get cold easily. I actually really don't mind being here in the 90s and stuff, but doing physical activity, that would get me hot. I would run hot doing any kind of physical activity, so I just could not. But I do love a good hike. I love scenery. I really should go to, I've been to the Grand Canyon, but I should go to other national parks nearby. I really want to go to, what's the name? I really want to hike at, the Joshua Woodtree National Park. I really want to go there. You run hot too, but acclimate really well. Nice. That's awesome. Sedona has some amazing hikes. I've been to Sedona, but I went drinking. I did not go hiking, but I should go hiking in Sedona because it is beautiful. Just even driving around there, gorgeous, absolutely stunning. Barrel. And we didn't even go hard. I just went and got some honey wine because there's not a lot of wineries here in Arizona, and the few wineries that are, they're just normal wineries. So there's this. Highly recommend if you're ever in Sedona, guys, and you like wine and you would love mead, which is honey wine. So the Savannah Bee Company, they have a location in Sedona. Great honey wine. I know I wanted to move there, but looked at houses and said, never mind. It's expensive. Even the apartments here are expensive. I would really like to, honestly, if I were to stay in state, because I don't know, I might move out of state one day. If I were to stay in state, I would love to go to Flagstaff. I would love to live in Flagstaff, but the house prices there are also like, nah, not it. But, yeah, no, it's expensive out here. Which is kind of funny considering how we're gonna run out of water eventually. Like, I think I read an article. It was like it was actual like scientific article, whatever, with references. That like or by 2045 or whatever, 2050, we're gonna run out of water here in Arizona. So I'm just like, y'all are making property value increase for a place that's gonna run out of water and we'll be destitute without it. So, I don't know. But it is what it is. I just want to be able to one day afford... I know I said earlier my dream was to own a house with some land to foster cats, but like, that's only if I ever get a partner, because I don't think I'd ever afford that by myself. By myself, I just want a condo. A nice condo I can own, but still like have the outside taken care of for me by a company. Reese, you got this. I believe in you in this fight. I doubt Palo Verde would let that happen. They make too much money making power. Maybe, but they might decide the money is elsewhere too. You never know. I'm also cynical like that. Heads up, we got an ad in about a minute, and I will BRB just to feed my cats real quick and use the restroom. So please get up, stretch, you know, take a break and whatnot. But yeah, you never know. We'll see. I've already lived through so many unprecedented times that I just am prepared for any kind of BS to happen. Palo Verde sells tons of power out of state, so I have my doubts. That's fair. That is fair. You're not wrong. Yeah, bud. Kai, you want to come up on camera? Want people to say hi to your cute little fluffy face? He's like, no, just feed me. Alright, we gotta add in like 5 seconds. I'm gonna BRB. Excited to come back to this game, and see you in a couple minutes. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. You know what I also realized? I feel so bad. I didn't give a shout out to Syndra earlier. I meant to, and then I forgot. I'm so bad at remembering shout outs when people raid me. So let me go ahead and do that real quick, even though it's late and I don't think they're here anymore, but that's okay. They still deserve a shout out. Thank you for the lurk, Asha. I saw that you started streaming. Can't wait to raid into you soon. Making sure I spell their name correctly. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Hold on, I messed up the command already. Shout out. S-I-N R-A-D-O-T-T. There we go. My bad. I should have done that way earlier in stream. But better late than never, right? Syndra's who raided into me earlier from the raid train. They're really awesome and chill. Please check them out. And then we'll be reading into Ashagad later. And they're playing Pokemon. I don't know, and they're typically shiny hunting, but I don't know what they're hunting right now. Probably should have asked before they lurked, but they're streaming anyway, so we'll find out in like an hour. Oh crap. If he rings that hard enough, he'll break the window. However, what I hear next isn't a bell, it's a police siren. I also love that the cop's always this girl. So great. And it's kind of hinted when I played Landry's route that she dates Finley. Thank you so much. Oh, I have. Oh my god. Well, thank you so much, Cletus, for joining me. I appreciate it. Enjoy your walk. Have an amazing day. I hope we can chat again another time. But, sorry. What was I saying? Right. It's kind of hinted when you romance Landry that Finley will get together with this cop if you don't romance her. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. You're so sweet. But, Reese, Mr. Goth, and I all freeze like we've been caught stealing candy. We got a call about an unruly customer over here. Is there a problem? Oh, God. Thank God for Landry. He's like the only... Well, I'm not gonna say anything more because that's spoilers for his romance route if any of you guys ever play it. But, no worries. Thank you, Camellia. Have a great rest of your day. Enjoy grocery shopping. Get some good food. I whip my head back. Landry is standing in the door, cell phone in hand. Mason and Hayes gawk at us from around his shoulders. They just watch us all do magic. Oh my god. It's easier just to call the cops. Recognition sets in on the cop's face. She shakes her head at Mr. Goth and heaves a sigh. Eugen Asmodeus? Is that his name? Oh my god. I love it. We talked about this. Oh, so Mr. Goth has a name. A name he very obviously picked out himself. I bet Graves would be jealous. Damnation. I've been caught. You know, I told you that if you did this one more time, I'd have to write you up. Come on. She puts her hand on Asmodeus' shoulders. I think his scowl could melt the plastic still wrapped around his hand. You shall be cursed by the very fires of hell for intruding upon a sacred battle, officer. Let's go for a ride. He glares hard at the ground, shuffling his feet, but then he shakes the plastic off and shambles to the patrol car. As the cop is getting in, when she probably thinks she's out of earshot, I hear her say, "Rough day, huh? Why don't I treat you to lunch?" "Yeah, thanks, Gina." Oh my god. I love that. I guess I should talk to the others. If they saw magic in action, then Reese and I are going to have a lot of explaining to do. So I guess we gotta fess up about the magic, huh? There's no response. I turn around. They aren't even there. The fuck Reese go? Everybody already went back to their business. Did they even see what happened? Maybe they don't care. That's good luck for me and Reese. Speaking of, Reese is gone too. I didn't even hear him leave. He's not here either. Did he leave? How could he just run off like that? Hey, did you guys see Reese anywhere? He just vanished or something. I think I saw him go upstairs to Grace's apartment. Oh, thanks. Oh no. Hey Reese, you up here? Nothing. I catch a glimpse of white and yellow in the cat castle. Reese, what are you doing in there? His ear flicks, still nothing. Hey, come on, you gotta tell me what's up. Leave me alone, goes Reese. What? No, not after all that. I said leave me alone. Come on, dude, I'm not gonna let it fall apart like this. Talk to me, okay? Please, Reese. Turn back so we can talk. Reese sulks his way out of the cat house. I'll be polite. I turn my head when he transforms. It's easy now, I know. I can't watch without sneezing my eyes shut anyway. I feel the cushion sink in where he sits next to me. I can't do it. Can't do what? Magic. I just can't do it. That fight made me realize I have to face that. That's not true. You did it like 3 times. I saw you. It falls apart as soon as I make it. I can't even draw. Yeah, you can. What about your sketchbook? I copied them from my dad's. My real sketches are as bad as yours. I tried so hard to do magic just like him, but I can't. He knows it too, but I always thought maybe I could show him what I can do. He'd be proud. Aw, Reese. Oh, Reese, I'm sure he's still proud of you. I wanted to be like him. I thought Grace could help me. I'm beyond even that. I might as well go home and tell Dad I couldn't even break a curse. We just have to keep trying. I've been trying, Avery. I was the first cursed, and here I am, still cursed. I thought it was impossible, and then you just waltzed on up and broke it like nothing. I told you, I didn't do it on purpose. And that pisses you off? Oh my god, words. And that pisses me off more. You think you're so great? Some prodigy who can show up and blow me out of the water? I bet Graves is going to kick me out now. He'll make you his apprentice. Whoa, Reese, come on. And where does that leave me? Oh, man. Poor guy. Reese, calm down. I'm not going to overthrow you or steal your spot or whatever territorial thing witches do. I asked you here to help me for this for a reason. Yeah, so you could look good while showing me up. Oh, my God. If you don't let me finish, I'm going to kiss your stupid face shut. Oh, my God, Avery. I was waiting for this. Well, that worked. It worked on me, too. Why did I say that? I love this. Finally, are we going to get to the confession part? I swear to God. We both sit in stunned silence for probably like a century. What I mean is, that is to say, you're important to me, Reese. I want you to help because I believe in you. I thought we could learn together. I was impressed by how much you already know. I can't catch up to that. I'm making things up over here. You're the real deal. So what if you can't draw? Maybe you weren't supposed to use drawing in the first place. You don't have to do your dad's magic. That's probably something out there you're much better at. Graves said that when I came here. See, that's got to be something else. Maybe you're even better than your dad. We can work together to figure this out, okay? Maybe even with Graves' help if he ever shows up again. But if not, then we could do it together. Aww. Reese is silent, uncomfortably so. He's gonna shrug off my cheesy speech and leave, isn't he? Ugh, at least tell me what you're thinking. What was that? About, kissing my stupid face? Yes? Yes, let's go back to that. You idiot. That's the part you focus on? Well, I mean, look, you want me to just say you're right? Is that what you want? Yes. Well, come on then, you're ruining the moment here. There's a moment. Look at the little blush, though. Delicately, like he's touching a hot stove, Reese slips his hand over mine. You're such a dummy. He's real shy about it, like he doesn't quite know what to do. It's not entirely unexpected, but entirely sweet. That's fine. I don't mind taking the lead. Oh my god, this is too cute. I'm gonna let this sit here for a second. Oh my god, what a cute graphic. Aww. I love that we get kiss scenes with everyone. Well, assuming. I got kiss scenes with Finley and Landry, so I'm assuming I'll get kiss scenes with everyone else, and I love this so much. Let's wait a little longer. I'm not done yet. I kiss him again. Oh my god, Avery. I love you. It's a shame you won't be drawing anymore. I thought they were cute. I wasn't really going for cute. You're gonna have to try a lot harder then. Everything is cute. This is way too adorable. Nervously, he plays with my sleeve hem. He's so flustered. I told you this was ratty. You got a huge hole here. Ah, crap. Really? I must have snagged it on the crate. Go ahead, but leave it with me. I'll fix it real quick, then come down. Oh, you can sew. What? You got a problem with that? No! No, I think it's awesome. I can't. Thank you. Yeah. I like sewing. It helps me think stuff out. I slip off my hoodie and hand it to Reese. He takes it gingerly and folds it into a delicate little bundle. It's probably never been folded that nicely before, or at all. Now go downstairs. Tell Landry I'm taking my break. You got it. I'm sure he'll understand. Reese? See you in a bit. He's already looking away, fishing around for something. For a distraction, I guess. Yeah. Let me go ahead and save. Alright. Sorry, I got distracted. BioWare posted something, but it's just them talking about the dev team signing. I'm so jealous that I can't be at San Diego Comic-Con. I've never been interested in going, except for the fact that they have Dragon Age panels there. Also, for those that have been following Veilguard and like Dragon Age, Jason Derulo just being at the Veilguard party. Amazing. I can't get over that. I thought it was a joke that people were posting memes with him there, but he was legit there. Oh, there we go, game. I'm walking on the sun with the stars on my shoulder and the wind in my hair, or some other complicated metaphor. I don't know, I've been so happy lately, it's great. I mean, work is still work, and mochi is still mochi, but I got a real cute crush I can spend my time with, and I'm starting to get to the bottom of this magical curse thing. Well, for the most part, Reese walks me through more magic, but he hasn't figured out how to break it himself. We hang out at the cafe after work for the next couple days. I can tease him all I want there. It'd be nice if he could come over as a human. Anyway, I digress. I think he's onto something. He's been sewing a lot tonight. Like, a lot. He started by mending my hoodie. Well, mending is such a simple word for it. It looks like new, but better than that. Like I bought it from a designer. Reese, this is amazing. It looks like you used a fancy machine. You're saying that to flatter me. I mean it. Is that like natural, or did you use magic? I imbued the thread with magic, obviously. You should be able to feel it in the hem. He's so smug. Yeah, of course. I hadn't thought of that. I run my thumb over the hem of the sleeve. I feel a tingle, like static electricity. Does it do anything, or does it just feel cool? Well, it should keep you warm or cold depending on the weather. Aww. You'll have to tell me if it works. Wow, that's so cool. Thanks. Now give me your pants. Reese? Oh my god, I don't think I've seen this blush on Avery. Well, damn. No, wait, not like that. So I could sew them. Your cuff's fraying. I'm good, thanks. Instead, Reese raids Graves' closet and plays around with his sweaters. Look at him. He isn't trying with his own clothes. Not willing to put his own stuff on the line, huh? Brat. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna enjoy the show. The thread moves with more and more finesse as he practices. It weaves around through the fabric like it's dancing. It's kind of relaxing. Huh, next thing I know, Reese is leaning over me, shaking my shoulder. Avery, get up. It's late, you should go home. Good idea. You're making fussy noises. You must be tired. Come on, I'll walk you out. If only Reese turned into a horse or a giant dog or something, he could carry me home. A big, strong attack cat will keep me safe on our way home. It's way later than when I usually leave. Usually the sunset's still peeking through the city skyline, but tonight the moon's already high. Back home, the crickets would be chirping full force right now. They get super noisy this time of year. Car noises echoed from the main road are close enough. Wait a second. We're a few blocks away from the cafe. Reese! You're not a cat! So I'm not! Oh my god! I throw my hands around his waist and try to lift him in celebration. He's not that much smaller than me, and I'm not that much stronger than him, so he doesn't go far. Okay. Good to know we're about the same height. Oof, okay, Avery, that's enough. You got it, pal. Oh my god, don't call him pal. I set him down, he adjusts his jacket. He's trying to look stoic, but I see the corners of his lips turning up. He can't hide it from me. Look at you. Man about town. If it weren't so late, I'd take you out for dinner right now. I think I'm the one that should be taking you out for all you've done for me. Aw. I just did it to get in your pants. Oh my god. I think this is the most forward I've ever seen Avery be with any of these romanceable characters. Shut up, I mean it. Seriously, thank you. I mean it, meant it too. Oh my god, look at him light up like a Christmas tree. He sputters and makes nonsense noises. He's about to fall over like one of those fainting goats. I'm just teasing. Come on, let's go. You're gonna shorten my lifespan. He timidly reaches 2 fingers out to loop around my pinky. Now I'm the one doing a bad job hiding a smile. I grab his hand. What a shy boy. We walk for a few blocks like that. Imagine if Avery said that to Hayes. I think Hayes would combust. Hayes would be legit terrified at the prospect. I want to see it. We walk a few blocks like that. As we approach the apartment, he halts. I'll be going back to the cafe, so... What? Really? I thought you were coming over. Oh, no, I was. I just wanted to walk you home. Oh my god, you're so cute. Come here. I pull his hand towards me. When the rest of him follows, I give him a kiss. He seems a little better at it than before. Maybe I just caught him off guard last time. Good night, Avery. Night. I wait until he's about a block away before I turn back. I'll float back home. Alright, I think we're getting to... Yep. We're getting towards the end, guys. We're getting towards the end, because we're about to get into a fight. But I am gonna click through it a bit. It's this creepy dude. I don't like him. Also, the fact that his power is rust, I do think is fascinating, though. Like, obviously, your magic kind of lies in what you're interested in, so, like, why is he interested in rust? Or is he just interested in the decay of things? Why does it manifest in the way of rust? So many questions. So much lore that I would love to know about this world that I will never get, but it's okay. Howdy, he goes. Good evening, good night. My voice is small and foreign, like it's thrown out by a ventriloquist. I try to beeline for the door, but he sidesteps and blocks my way. Now, why the hurry? Want you to consider a couple questions, kiddo? His deep, drawling voice is saturating venom. He puts on a smile, but it's certainly not one that puts me at ease. Do you need directions? You seem lost. I can't keep the tremor out of my voice. He notices. Well, ain't you smart? Right to the point. Why, yes, I am lost, but I ain't looking for a place. Oh, I found that. Looking for a guy. Think you can help? I'm pretty new to the city. I probably can't. I reckon you can. Suppose I shouldn't mince words. You're a busy person. I'm already feeling guilt and blah, 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 blah. See? Told you, I need a blooper reel. Already feeling guilt and wasting your time. I'm trying to hunt down Graves. You seen him? Is he a friend? He can't be. He feels... See, I've been looking all over for my buddy, and it's not like he don't exist. Ain't that a shame? Oh, yeah, I haven't seen him recently either. Anger flashes over his face like an eclipse, vanishing as quickly as it had come. Too bad. We got so much to talk about. I suppose this apprentice will do. That'll send the message. Intent reaches my feet before it hits my ears. I'm running before I know it. I will say I do like the fight music. I'm not dumb enough to stick around and find out what he means by send the message. I don't look to see if he's following. That would slow me down. I have to get to the cafe. I just have to run like I'm being chased, even if I'm not. Ping! I hear a sharp noise behind me like a metal bat hitting a home run. My foot gets stuck. On what? I don't know, but it hits the ground and stays there. The force knocks me over and twists my ankle in a way that shocks pain up my leg. I'm seeing stars and I want to crawl away, but I can't. I gotta speak to Graves about your manners. Didn't even excuse yourself? What a rude little kitten. I look down. My foot is covered in rust. Rust? His movement is molasses, like he's enjoying a stroll through the park. I crane my head over my shoulder to see him, but it's hard from this angle. If you'd been polite, we wouldn't need a fight. Didn't want to hurt you, kitten. I only need a couple answers. But if you want a duel, I ain't gonna complain. Promise you won't run away, yeah? I won't play dirty if you don't. Yeah, like you haven't already started. I don't think I can break this rust without breaking my ankle off. It feels like it's already broken. Tears sting my eyes. I can barely use my magic to make trash sculptures. How am I supposed to use it to fight? I'm doomed. You haven't changed a bit, Noct, goes Graves. Still pushing around the weak to excuse your own maleficence. I've never been so happy to hear my boss's voice. Graves! Graves will know what to do. I know it. And here you come, acting like you ain't got anything to do with it, goes Noct. Gonna get me all nostalgic, old man. From out of nowhere, Graves is already next to me. He kneels down and places a hand on my foot. What's he holding? Are you hurt? Don't move. This may burn a little. A sensation washes over my rusted foot like stepping in a puddle of battery acid. Well, maybe that's a bit extreme. It burns, but it doesn't hurt. The rust crumbles to dust and I'm free. I flex my ankles. It doesn't feel great, but I can at least put weight on it now. Graves stands between me and Noct. With a flourish only Graves would accomplish, he pulls a sword from his cane. What a perfect weapon for him. Noct shoves his hand in his pocket and rests on his metal bat like a cane. I want to know what Graves' magic is. I am so curious. How are you now? Can you stand unassisted? Yeah, thanks. Who is that? If you recall the bike in the alley, I almost forgot. The one that was rusted over? The one Grace told me not to touch? This is why? Meet the source of our collective woes. Aw, come on now, goes Noct. After all we've been through together. Avery. I don't imagine this will end well. I have a favor to ask. Whatever you need, boss. He drops the cane sheath and takes my hand. This is what gets me. Like, why does he do this? Why is he not as powerful as Noct? I want to know, and I cannot wait for his romance seed. I give it to you. All of it. Take care of it for me, Avery. What? All of what? Everything. Everything of mine. You'll understand. Now go, as fast as you can. Go to the cafe. You'll be safe there. What was that all about? I don't feel any different. Why are you dawdling? Go. And we're gonna run away, because, let's just say you get an achievement for staying. And, achievements aren't always a good thing, so we're gonna run. Don't you worry, kid. I'll catch up. Ha. Noct's words haunt me as I run the best I can on my sore ankle. It hurts with every step, but I can't stop it. Reese! Reese! I hope he hears me. I hope I find him before Noct. Reese, help! I can't go that fast. Maybe if I'm noisy enough, he'll notice. I shout his name, and again, nothing. I keep shouting. Finally, a faint response. Oh, thank goodness. Reese, over here. Avery! I'm coming. I almost collapse and release when he looms into view. Reese, it's Graves. Some witch attacked us. He took him on by himself. We have to go help. The color drains from Reese's face. He freezes. Come on, I can't do it alone, but maybe the two of us together. Take me there. Hold on, I can't run. I twisted my ankle. Crap. He bites his lip. He clenches his fist so tightly that I'm afraid he'll dig his fingernails through his palms. But then he snaps his head up and grabs my hands. Okay, tell me where to go. The last side street I take to get to my apartment. Okay, I've seen that. Got it. Don't let go of my hand. I don't know what will happen if you do. Aww. I lock my fingers between his to ensure we're connected as possible. Tentatively, I nod. What's he going to do? He pulls a seam ripper out of his pocket and drags it across the air. Then he pulls something. The air? What's he doing? Something's there. A tiny thread or something, translucent like fishing wire. He pulls and something unravels. I don't know what that something was or what it's become, but I'm definitely looking at a hole in the air. What? We're getting in. Wait. What? Wait. Can he travel distances? Oh my god, that's so cool. What? What is this Merry Melodies nonsense? That's not a thing that can happen. We don't have time to argue. He takes me by the hand and drags me in. Then my foot hits the ground. Where the hell was that? That's my magic. My real magic. Holy crap. We don't have time to celebrate. Noct's still there, almost exactly where I left him. And so is Graves. Oh my god, Graves! No! No! We were too late. I squeezed Reese's hand. His eyes are already glossy. Oh, poor Reese. Oh, Reese, I'm sorry. He tears his hand away from me and brandishes the seam ripper. You. Hmm? Ah, I thought you ran, kitten. Turns out you were just bringing me Graves' little kit. Real kind of you, making my job easier. Reese looks ready to slash this guy's throat with a seam ripper. I put my hand on his shoulder. I know if he really wanted to, he could just run off, but maybe he'll listen. Why are you doing this? What do you want with this? You know, nothing untoward. Just taking back what's mine. Shame that he gave it to you, kitten. I gotta take it from you now. Real pity. He stares at me with unexpected jealousy. Oh, I was wondering how this would look out, because he's always been very upset every time Graves gives me and the other routes, you know, everything. Also, add in like 40 seconds. Words. I need caffeine. Avery, Graves gave it to you? Gave me what? I don't know what either of you are talking about. The cafe. Graves gave you the cafe. Bingo. I imagine you understand the predicament. What do you mean he gave me the cafe? That's not how these things work. Ouch. Insult to injury, huh? Giving it to a little lost kitten who doesn't know a thing about magic. Ain't that right? Reese. Oh? Is he catering to Reese? Oh. How do you know his name? Why wouldn't I know little baby Reese? His pop and I go way back. You worked hard for Grace, didn't you, Reese? Pretty unfair, yeah? Did so much for him and he wouldn't even give it to you. Shut up. Don't feel bad. This just how he is. Taken and taken and taken from those who love him, and then tisk tisk, the things you get. I want to know if Noct and Graves were lovers. I need to know if they were. Shut up. Reese, don't listen. He's trying to mess with you. I can see his fist shaking. He won't look at me. He won't look at anything but Noct. Look, let me make this easy. If we work together, we'll both get what we want. Reese, you aren't taking this guy seriously, are you? He turned Graves into a statue. He's gonna do the same to us. Reese slashes the air with a seam ripper. He grabs a string that appears and gives it a good tug. Ooh, you're a strong one, aren't you? Maybe even stronger than your daddy. What are you gonna do with that? Got a weapon stashed in there? Gonna push me in? Reese grabs my hand. He yanks my arm hard enough to almost knock me over. I stumble forward. Ow, jeez, Reese. He clamps his hand down and drags me into the tear. Then we're inside. Oh god, we're back. He didn't follow us, did he? He still won't face me. He won't say anything. Reese, you don't believe that slime ball, do you? You know I wouldn't take anything from you on purpose. If you tell me how, I'll just give you the cafe right now if you want. He makes a terrible hiccuping noise and covers his face. He doesn't want me to see him cry. Oh, Reese. I wrap my hands around his waist and pull him against me. I feel his shoulders shaking. He won't talk, but he doesn't push me away. Reese, I'm sorry. We're gonna figure this out. We'll get him back for what he did to Graves. He gives a tiny, almost imperceptible nod and puts a hand over mine. Welcome back, Edgoers. Didn't miss much. Reese did that tear thing into the air. We're back at the cafe, and now I'm holding Reese in my arms as he cries. And I'm sad. We stay like that for a while, enough time for him to calm down. He takes a few deep breaths, each steadier than the last. I'm sorry, Avery. For what? Doubting you, even for a second, even if I understand the situation, I got really mad at Graves and at you. And I hate that. Aw. What? That's human. I'd be more weirded out if you weren't upset, you know? You didn't, like, side with Noct or something, so it doesn't matter to me. Him? No, I'll destroy him. You go, Reese. We'll talk about destroying people another time, okay? I need to sit. My foot's killing me. Isn't that not what we were doing? Sure, let me help you. Reese takes my arm and starts to guide me to the sofa, but before we get there, there's a noise at the door. It sounds like someone fiddling with the lock. Holy crap, now that I've had a few minutes to let everything catch up, my ankle hurts like hell. I try to hobble to the door, but it flies open before I have the chance. I ready myself to fight a murderer armed with a bat, but it's... Finley? You guys, oh my god, the curse! She grabs my hands and does a little dance, but stops when I wince in pain. Oh, sorry, sweetie. You okay? Did you twist your ankle? Oh my god, Finley, you're so cute. Yeah. What's this about the curse? It's broken. We're all human again. Of course, I'll miss Jelly Donut fame, but I'll live. Ooh, I'll start a new vlog. What's wrong? You look real messed up about it. It's Graves. The curse must have broken because something happened to him. What happened to him? He's gone. Turned to rust. We couldn't do anything. Ah, Reese, I didn't see you there. You're being so quiet. Forgive me for not being excited about my mentor being defeated. Whoa, don't take it out on her. She doesn't do anything. Sorry, Finley. We've been through kind of a lot. I love how she's just like, wow, Reese, you've been quiet. Not like, what do you mean Graves turned to rest? If someone's told me they turned to rest, I'd be like, what? But it is what it is. Cool. Everyone's in the cafe. This is awesome. I'm trying to skip through a bit because we only have a half hour left. A little less than half hour together. I've been enjoying our time together. But I want to make sure we get to the ending. That's the whole point of these, right? We get to the end. And normally I would be done by now, but we had a great chatty cast today, so. When a witch defeats another in a duel, they take the loser's property, but he'll have to beat me to get it. Is Graves really dead? I don't know. If Nox's intent was to kill him... Damn it, goes Landry. Now Landry's the one who looks pissed. This is kind of scary. I've never seen him do anything but laugh and smile before, so it's almost as jarring as seeing Reese cry. Magic is a scourge. This always happens when you get too close. Reese's head snaps up. And what do you know about magic? You haven't studied? Reese, easy. Don't take it out on him. No, you don't disrespect magic like that. I don't care if he's an adept or not. I won't hear it. If I what? Listen, both of you. The last thing we read right now is some crappy infighting. I know tensions are high, but keep your opinions out of it, okay? Hayes readies himself with wide eyes. His mouth purrs like the conversation is a game of double dutch played with live wires. What is it? Why does everybody keep talking about magic? Was Graves cursed too? He must have been, right, goes Finley? It all sounds so unreal still. My thing is, I love how it's hard for them to wrap their minds around it when they were literally turned into cats. You guys, magic turned you into cats and you're just like, this is so unreal. Are you sure it's magic? What do you mean? Hayes, my sweet baby Hayes. I don't understand this line of questioning. I'm so curious to see what Hayes' magic will be when I eventually romance him. Also, Mason's too. Especially since Mason's kind of like not really shown up as a side character. I mean, they're there in the beginning, you know, because they're the chef. Beyond that, you don't really see them. I think Landry, Hayes, and Finley are the most you see as side characters. But, yeah. So they're gonna start figuring out and everyone's deciding where to go. So Finley's gonna go get Mochi, which is good. Landry and Reese are gonna go back out for Noct. Mason, my guardian angel. Thank you for standing watch. Oh, guys, I'm just a screw-up kid. You don't have to do this for me. Of course we do, goes Mason. Aw, Finley's like, you're our screw-up kid. Ah, so cute. We stick together through thick and thin, us cursed cats. Tears of gratitude sting my eyes. I never thought I'd have friends like this, who would endanger themselves for me. My high school friends would have run off the moment someone said curse. I love these guys. I love this whole game. I vigorously scrub my face. Don't want to get too mushy. I hobble back to the couch. Okay, we can do this, right? Promise me nobody's gonna get hurt, okay? Please, goes Reese. Give us more credit than that. And then we enact our plans. Reese, Landry, and Finley all head out together. It's so weird to see them walk away from the cafe as humans. Hayes vanishes into the bathroom for the first aid kit. Mason dips into the kitchen and I hear a horrific screeching noise like metal against linoleum. What is she doing? She returns triumphantly. She smirks at me, or more accurately, at the dumb, gawking face I'm making. Block the door. With what? An industrial range? She gives me the self-satisfied smirk. I want to see that smirk in a romance action. then paces in front of the door, and the window's like a sentry. Oh my god, who needs magic? She can snap that knock guy in half with her hands. Yeah, she can. Hayes is back with bandages and a bag of ice. Gingerly, he removes my shoe and rolls up my pant leg to get a better look at my ankle. I'm glad I'm wearing socks that don't have holes. Oof, my ankle doesn't look great, but it could be a lot worse. I don't think it's sprained, just twisted. You just need rest. He slowly, neatly wraps my ankle with one of those stretchy bandages. When he pins it in place, it's like a pro's work. It makes me wonder if his like magic is kind of like a healing kind of magic of some kind. Do you know a lot of first aid, Hayes? You're way calmer than I expected. I studied in scouts. Injuries and things don't bother me. Never have. Exactly. That's why I think he's got to have something with healing or whatnot. I don't know what Mason's magic would be. I have absolutely no clue. And I'm trying to guess. What would Mason's magic be? Well, Finley's is through words. Which makes sense. Landry's is emotions-based, but with electricity. And then we know Reese is sewing magic, I guess. Thread magic. And then Avery's, our MC, is trash magic. So... I'm trying to think. Who would it be? I mean, not who would it be. What would it be for Mason? Maybe something with cooking? Mason is really good cook, but just because they're good at something doesn't mean they like it. But it probably would have to be something with cooking, I would think. I don't know. But luckily Mason's the next route, so next Sunday I will find out. And you're all welcome to join me if you're interested. But, yeah. Just gonna skip through a little bit more. They brought Graves back, to the cafe. Using magic gloves so they don't turn to rust. Okay. So now they're all gonna try and study magic and get everyone else to learn, but... they never do. It's like crazy. They're like, yeah, we could die, you know, this knot guy's trying to get us, but they're like... everyone's like not trying to pay attention. And Landry hates magic. Absolutely despises it, which is really funny. Alright. Come on, Noct, I need you to show up. He nearly jumps out of his skin. I have to grab him and pull him forward before he falls back onto Graves. Whoa, that was a close one. Sorry, I almost scared you into rust, goes Avery. He doesn't seem to find it as funny as I do. I gotta make jokes to blow off steam, you know? You shouldn't be out here, goes Reese. You're a target. So are you, but that doesn't stop you. Avery, we've been over this. I'll go back inside in a few. I don't want you to be alone. I know this has been a lot to take in. I clasp his hand and then kiss his knuckles. Aww! Avery. When this is all done, let's go somewhere. Let's do something nice. Let's see how powerful that rip travel thing is. Can we use it to go to the beach? I don't think my range is that great. Ah, here he is. Ah, don't say that, goes Noct. Doubt it'd take you far enough to get away from me, but I bet you got plenty of range. Gotta say, you got guts. I mean, back there, pretty obvious I'd show up. You, me. Big, bad, old me, coming to collect, you know the drill. Go away or we'll make you go away. Listen, kid, I ain't looking to fight. We can just settle this real easy, like, if you give me the cafe. That way we all get what we want. Cafe's not mine to give away. Ah. Reese, so she did give it to you, huh? Just stop it. I aren't giving you anything but a fight. That's so, goes Noct. I'm real sorry you're making me do this. What would your daddy think of me? Damn shame that. You gotta go through me first. Ha, you're jerking me, yeah? That magic's so wild you couldn't use it to defend yourself. You don't know me very well. Well then, let's get acquainted. He taps his rusty bat on the ground, then takes a few practice swings like he's up on the plate. Yikes, even if that thing weren't magic, I'd be in trouble. What do? I've got to keep Reese from doing something stupid. Reese, you stay here. I have an idea. I don't have an idea. What? No! Trust me, okay? If I get in trouble, you can rip us out of here so we can regroup. Okay. If I can't apply magic, maybe I can apply science. I read on the internet once that cola dissolves rust. I dash for the vending machine. It's poorly kept and starting to fall apart, so I'm hoping it counts enough as trash for my magic. Noct lunges after me. I think about a cannon. The vending machine fires a cola can at full velocity. Tink! The can explodes when he strikes it. Soda rains everywhere. You planning to ruin my jacket, kitten? It's waterproof. Well, soda's not water. I would know. I drink so much of it. I fire more soda. He can't bat them all away, right? Yes, he can. He does. Well, we're all wrong sometimes. Before I can blink, Noct is there. He taps his bat on the vending machine. It instantly rusts over it like it's been salvaged from an old shipwreck. Like if the Titanic had soda. Novelty's worn off, hun. Time to end this. He raises his bat. I squeeze my eyes shut. I don't know what else to do. I hear a ripping sound. Fall to hell, Noct. What? Open my eyes. Whoa. Reese is in front of me. His fist is wrapped in Noct's shirt. Rust creeps up his arm, but he doesn't seem to notice. Reese, what are you doing? The hatred in Reese's eyes could burn the rust away and incinerate Noct. I grab Reese around the waist and try to pull him back. I feel my fingertips get cold like frostbite. They're rusting. Reese pushes, Noct falls. Falls where? We're on solid pavement. Then I see the tear. It opened right beneath us. Reese teeters on the edge. Noct hangs by his fingertips. He claws his way back up, but Reese kicks his hand back into the tear. Noct falls. Reese's foot is rust. Oh my god, Reese. I can't sew it up. I can't move my fingers. Help me, Avery. What? How? Move my arm for me. There's a needle rusted in his hand. I take his arm by the elbow. It's hard to move my fingers now. My hands feel like they are encased in plastic casts. I loop his arm around in the motion of a whip stitch. It's sloppy, but I see the translucent fishing wire thread loop around the tear. I like the idea because I know Avery would not know what kind of stitch that is. So the fact that Avery would learn because they're hanging out and dating and being cute, would learn that from him. Reese yanks his arm up and the tear closes. The rust crumbles. We both stand there for a moment, but breath heaving. Where did you send him? Nowhere. He's just stuck in there? Let him rot. You can't do that. That's cruel. He killed Graves. Watch me. He did nothing of the sort. Graves! I say that every time he pops back up after this fight. I'm like, the heavens! We whip our heads around. There's Graves, stepping warily out of the rust, leaving a flaky, hollow sculpture of himself behind. Reese, Avery, I'm sorry to worry you. I'm fine now, thanks to you. The malice leaves Reese's eyes and he dives towards Graves, throwing his arms around his shoulders. Graves! Graves, you idiot. I'm so... Reese, it's okay. It's okay. I hobble toward both of them. Graves reaches for my hand. Reese takes my other hand. Avery, I apologize for everything. For making you learn magic on your own. For throwing you into the middle of this. I promise... make it up to you. I promise to explain the best I can. Yeah, you owe us all a hell of an explanation, but I think what you owe us first is a vacation. I suppose that can be arranged. Good. Reese, we're gonna do the thing. The thing? I don't know what you mean. The thing! We're gonna get away. Like we said. Right. Gladly. I let go of Grace's hand and move it to Reese's other hand. I use the leverage to pull him towards me and kiss him. Wow, right in front of Graves. You go, Avery. Graves tried his best to explain everything. Something about curses, like triple layered curses, and a whole bunch of other drama about Noct, but it was kind of hard to follow. Oh, and Noct. I convinced Reese to let him go because it's way too messed up to just leave him in there. Reese also wasn't sure if he'd be there between spaces waiting for him if he ever tried to use the tear again, so there was a whole other reason. We needed to travel after all. Anyway, we haven't seen or heard from Noct since then. Graves thinks he's going to run off with his tail between his legs for a while, but someday he'll be back. Let him try it. There's 3 of us now. Maybe even more if we can get the others up to speed. I have so much to learn about all the switching stuff, and Reese is eager to show me. But not right now. Right now, I'm going to enjoy this little vacation. I'm not going to worry about the cafe, or witches, or anything. I'm going to worry about meeting Reese's parents. Oh my god, we never got to meet the parents in any of the other routes. We've been using the tear to hop around to different boy luck boutiques. Reese says he's ready to produce a few outfits of his own. We've been using the tear to hop around to different boy luck boutiques. Oh, I read that. Starting with a new uniform for the cafe, just like he said. We're gonna talk to his dad about it. I might end up modeling or co-producing or something. That's a pretty far step up from wearing whatever I find on the floor that's still clean. Fashion and witching are two whole new, big, kind of scary worlds that Reese is bringing me into. But as long as he's here with me, I don't mind. Ugh. Look at that new outfit for Reese. We did it though, guys. We did it. Oh my god. Thank you for being with me on this journey to romance a cat boy named Reese. Well, witch boy. Technically a witch. First. Witch first, then cat. But, I appreciate it. We still have a few minutes technically in my slot, but I think Asha is still, is already live. Let me double check on my screen. I might just raid into them early. Or we can chill and I can show you other stuff I've been doing, but let me look at them right now. Do. Yes, they are currently live. Let me ask if it's okay to raid into them early, just so they're prepared. I don't know if they'll respond, but we'll see. We'll figure it out. I just don't like surprising people. I like to be nice, you know? But, yeah, if you have any thoughts about the game, comments, please let me know what you think. I just love this game so much. Okay, cool. I got permission from Asha, so we're gonna go raid into them. But real quick, I'm just going to do these commands like I did earlier, just for those remaining. Thank you again to Cosmic Quartz for hosting this raid train. Please check out their feed and give them a follow. Got the Report You So achievement. Yay! Alright, anyway, sorry. ADHD. And then, here are all the people that I got art from. They worked on the trailers, my little overlay, my panel. Like, these are great artists that you should check out, the emotes. So please do that. Let me also get you guys I'm sure you all have it by now, but just in case for the newbies, let me give you the Please copy that and use that message when you go into raid to the next person, or when not you guys go to raid, I go to raid and you follow me. But yeah, our next stop is Ashigad. They are a Pokemon streamer, mostly a shiny hunter. And from it looks like they are streaming, they're trying to get, I actually don't know the name of that Pokemon, but they last got a Lickitung shiny, so that's pretty cool. Alright, anyway. Move on, farewell. Oh, and then real quick, if you guys like my content, please drop a follow. I'll be doing Mass Effect potentially on Tuesday. I stream Tuesday, Thursday, Sundays. If you'd like to hang out with me outside of stream, there is my Discord. But other than that, I hope you all have a great, lovely day. Thank you for joining us on this raid train, especially the last day. Be well. I hope you have all the spoons. Be safe. And let me go ahead, actually, I should do the whole, raid button thing. That would be nice. So we're going to raid. Asha. Start raid. Cool. Please enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Take care of yourselves. I appreciate all of you sticking with me, romancing Reese here. And yeah, until next time, have fun, guys.